Hello. If I sound sniffly, I just learned one of the YouTubers I watch lost their dog. It's not my pet, but I hate when people have to lose pets, man. The June jump scare. The sniffly June jump scare because June is sad. They made like a little storybook for their doggo. Also, how's the audio sound? Um, I did some editing to the audio last night based on like a person's like recommendations or whatever for the audio. So hopefully it sounds better than normal. Yay. Yippee. Asami's kneading the blanket near me that's on the floor, and Olive is just kind of like laying in front of her. Weird cats. Yeah. Especially because I've been watching them for a few years too. At this point, I've been watching. It was Lauren Seaside. I've been watching her for a few years, so I've seen the dog in a lot of her videos. And like she said, it's like the chat's also losing him as well. Wait, it's like when PewDiePie lost Maya and cried over Maya too. Right. Well, enough being sad. Should we listen to our slash stories today? Gotta get that mood whiplash. Gotta get out that funk. Here, I'm gonna grab a drink really quick because I have both of the cans that I have on my table are empty. In the meantime, I completely forgot to set up, mix it up, and I need to turn on my tits. I don't think. Oh man, I've had all of those redeems off for so long. I think they're still turned off. Hold on. Oh, well, let me get those redeems turned on. Keep fish off. I'm not going to turn on fishing. Okay. So prepared. with the Infinity Nikki one, I can't really have these on. So, all right, hold on. I'll be right back. Damn, that bitch juice. Strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper is so good. Oh, I didn't grab one of my garlic breads. Hold on. Okay. So there's this bakery place that we really love to go to. Can I use some more? Called the 85 Celsius Bakery. And it's like, it's so good, dude. And it's cheap too. Like, we got two green tea buns or green tea cream buns, two strawberry white chocolate cream buns, three garlic sticks, a pork some bun, I think. It kind of looks like a taco almost. Uh, a coconut cake roll, a cream custard roll, and I think that's it. So that's like what? We had like 10, 12 things and it was only like $24, dude. Shit's cheap as fuck. But it tastes so good too. It's so good. Especially their little garlic breads. I love it so much. That's mommy. Cora. Yeah. If you find one where you live, Gray, you should absolutely go. Yes. Which is your question? Hmm. Over here? That's right. You guys normally don't see that portion. Um, so let me ooh, that turned off everything. Well, that's still not showing it. I think I have them kind of turned off a little bit. I know, right? I showed Diddy on stream, even though it's technically tasteful booby, because there's no nipple. Um, yeah, it's under the markings. Hold on. Here it is. Yeah, so this is like, I think these are under the booba. That's on the neck, the arms. and then right above, like on the tummy, lifetime ban. Okay. I need to find all the hair pieces again. Bro, hold on. Somebody's harassing the shit out of Cora. Asami. Okay. Great. Okay. Where is the short hair? Okay. 030. Okay. Right. So now that that is rigged, we'll put it 100% there, 0% here. Oh, excuse me. Also, before I forget, let me start up the r slash videos. Disgusting.
Updates where a father punches and breaks the rib of his 12-year-old daughter.
What the
Our next
fuck?
Reddit post is from r slash off my chest. I'm absolutely furious right now. My friend has a daughter who's also in my 7th grade history class. OP is a teacher, by the way. She's the nicest kid in the world and one of the best students in any of my classes. However, this morning she came into my class late and wasn't herself. Normally, she's raising her hand and engaging with the class, but this time she had her hoodie up and her head down. She was holding her arm to the side and looked to be in pain. Halfway through class, I walked by her desk to check on her, and she looked up at me and had tears in her eyes.
Is it?
I brought her outside my classroom and asked her what
There you
was
go.
wrong, but she wouldn't respond
How's
and
that?
started crying even more. After a couple more minutes of reassurance, she finally opened up. She woke up late for school and accidentally dropped a glass of water when she was getting ready. My friend, who's her father, Jesus, punched her twice in the ribs and yelled at her for being clumsy. I asked her if she was
Bro,
hurt,
what the
and she
fuck?
pulled her hoodie up and her ribs were beginning to bruise. My friend is 6'4" and over 200 pounds. This
Is the video good? Or should I restart it?
student is 12 years old and can't be more than 85 pounds. I asked my colleague in the next class to watch over my class, and I took the girl to the health office where her mother picked her up. When she saw her daughter sitting in pain, she nearly burned the office down. She started cursing my friend's name and said this was the last straw for her. She asked me not to file a report, but I told her I was required to, as I was shown evidence of abuse, and her daughter used the word abuse, which she begrudgingly understood. I'm so mad right now. My friend has always had a short temper, but hitting your child because she dropped a glass is beyond disgusting. My student's
Yeah,
mother texted me at
yikes.
noon and said that her daughter broke a rib and is going to be out of class until Wednesday. I feel awful for my students. She's a bright kid and well liked by her peers, and now she's having trouble breathing because her father can't act like an adult. I'm ending my friendship with this man. He's been getting on
Good.
my nerves for a while, but I'll be damned if I'm friends with someone who hits their child. Then, one day later, OP posted an update. My student is home with her mother and grandparents and is recovering. One of her ribs is broken, and she's in a lot of pain, but she's breathing a lot better. Her mother and father are married, but they've been living apart for a couple of months. The mother has been floating the idea of divorcing him, and she said,
Sorry. I got a fresh. Listen, Gray. You know what? We gotta recount this all the way up to 300, anyways, to catch up to where it was before. So I might as well get them in.
sent me a text message this morning saying that she's going to file for divorce. Her mother is a really good person, and she also reported abuse between her husband. She's been able to find living arrangements and is able to support herself and her daughter. I've known her for 16 years. She would never lay a hand on her daughter. She's a good parent. The father blew up my
There is no +3.
phone last night saying I'm destroying his family and to stay out of his business. I didn't respond and blocked him. My student's mother walked into my classroom after school today to pick up any assignments for her daughter. She thanked me for reaching out to her daughter and said that I saved her daughter and herself from a lifetime of abuse. Oh my God, I might cry. She handed me a note and said her daughter wrote it. I read it when she left and started to cry. My student thanked me for recognizing that she was in pain. She felt comfortable talking to me since she has known me her entire life, and she knew how I would act if she told me that she was in danger. She called me her favorite teacher and said that she'll be prepared for class when she returns. I pray she fully recovers and is not deeply traumatized by this event. She's a good kid and needs to be loved and cared for by people who appreciate her. Then, 8 days later, OP posted an update. My student came back to class today. She was out all
There
week
we
with a
go.
broken rib after her
Cuddle.
father hit her. She walked into class with the biggest smile in the world. Her arm was in a sling, but she wasn't taking any deep breaths like she was last weekend. She sat down and participated in class like nothing happened. She's so cool. After school, she walked into my classroom and handed me a note and an envelope. In the envelope was a gift certificate to a nice Italian restaurant from her mother. She told me to take my girlfriend and daughter out to dinner this weekend. The note was her thanking me for recognizing that she was in pain and acting on it. She knew that she could trust me, and my actions went a long way for her knowing that she can go to someone she trusts if she's in distress. She wrote me a similar letter last week, but it just reiterated what she had said. She gave me a hug and left, and I closed the door and cried a little bit. She's very strong for a 12-year-old. I can tell this event isn't going to affect her greatly. Her mother is working harder to be open with her, and she has a good family support system. Her father is in jail and will be for a long
Good.
time. She's a special kid, by far my favorite student. Our next Reddit post comes from r/tragedy, which is a subreddit that's all about making fun of parents who give their kids really stupid names. My sister is due to give birth in early January, and we're planning her baby shower for early December. She decided she wants to use my mother's maiden name, Rafferty, as her daughter's name. This isn't a tragedy itself, and I guess it works as a unique name. But yesterday, I texted my sister that I needed to get the custom items with my niece's name ordered ASAP so they arrive in time for the shower. My sister then let me know that they're going with an alternative spelling of Rafferty. I texted back, an alternative spelling of our mother's maiden name? Well,
No breaks.
my sister wants to spell it Ray Farty. So I sent back a bunch of laughing emojis and she asked, what's so funny? I tried to explain that no one will pronounce that as Rafferty, and she'll probably get plenty of the same mispronunciations. She told me I was being ridiculous.
Bruh.
I texted back, my poor niece, Little Miss Farty Ray. I was uninvited to the shower, and my mom told me today that my sister doesn't want me as the godmother anymore. But like, Ray Farty is really bad, isn't it?
It's
Someone
very
needs to tell her,
bad.
right? Then, 2 days later, OP posted an update. So, my family put together an intervention on the whole Ray Farty thing. I know everyone said to send her a link of this post to my sister to show her that everyone of the global population would call her daughter Ray Farty. And that would be the easiest thing to do. But some commenters said some pretty nasty things about my sister, and she doesn't need to read those things and feel worse about herself. But I wanted to address a few things that came up. My sister's husband was made aware of the spelling change of Rafferty to Ray Farty about a month ago before my original post. He said that he didn't think much of it until he saw it written down and immediately saw it as Ray Farty too. He said that his wife's emotions had been getting worse throughout the pregnancy, and he didn't know how to approach her about going back to the original spelling. He had hoped that once she gave birth, all the hormones would somehow leave her body. She'd come to her senses, and it would be a non-issue. So my sister is a bit of a joker, so I also initially thought that she was just pulling a prank or joking. But if she was joking, she took the joke really far. She spent $400 on a mural painted on one of the walls in the nursery. She wanted to debut the finished nursery to everyone at the baby shower, including her husband, who was forbidden to see it beforehand. The mural had Ray Farty incorporated into it, and now that needs to be repainted. She also bought herself a birthing gift that she would have her husband present to her in front of everyone at the hospital. A $900 gold bracelets with Ray Farty spelled out on it in charms.
Oh,
The baby book also has Ray Farty embroidered on the cover. I contacted my sister's best friend, Katie, if my sister has told her anything about the spelling change. Katie found out about Ray Farty after the blow up with my sister, as my sister wanted to get Katie on her side. Katie, who's a teacher, was equally horrified about the spelling and told me this is the worst attempt at a creative name she's ever seen. The intervention, a farty party, if you will, included me, my sister, her husband, his mother and father, my mother, and Katie. My sister refused to believe that anyone could possibly see Ray Farty as Ray Farty, and that we were just mad that she was taking creative license and that everyone does it nowadays. My sister said that kids aren't that cruel to bully her daughter for her name, and
Yes,
Katie
they
said
are.
plenty of kids are cruel enough, and the others would join.
Not cruel enough. So, man, I can't tell this without risk of doxing myself. But my last name is a last name that you can't really make fun of, but people found a way to make fun of it just because they wanted to bully me, you know? Like kids will find a way, dude. They don't fucking care. Kids are assholes. I had a friend named Dare when I was in elementary school. And in elementary school, I was like really obsessed with like the truth or dare game for the longest time. And I asked her if she wanted to play truth or dare, and she got really upset. And she was like, "You're just saying that because you want to make fun of me." But I was like, "No, I just really want to play the game." And So, like, I felt really bad about it and I never asked her again. But like people bullied her over that. Which Dare is honestly like a really cute name. Like, but people, obviously bullied her over it. It really sucks.
In so they're not singled out themselves. My sister countered that as long as all the adults are pronouncing it correctly, that it'll be no problem, and that Katie told her that not only would the adults not know how to pronounce it to begin with, but as long as fart is in the name, kids will latch right onto that. I was happy Katie was there because she shared interesting names her students have had over the past few years, so I knew that her opinion on this would probably be the one to sway her. My sister cried for about 10 minutes and finally agreed to entirely change the name because even Rafferty was tainted because we had all ruined it for her. We told her to take her time to consider a new name. She told us she still wanted to honor Sorry, this is funny. She told us she
For
still wanted to honor
real.
my mother, and she suggested she would combine my mother's first name with her mother-in-law's name and created a name on the spot that included a crass term for a lesbian. When my when my mother
No.
pointed that out, she started crying again and accused us of not letting her be a mom, and her husband suggested that we leave it for now and we should all just go and give her space. It's been radio silence until my sister texted me a couple of hours ago that she and her husband landed on Theodora and she is absolutely in love with it. She even
Theodora's
decided that my
cute.
unborn niece looks like a Theodora in the ultrasounds. I replied that that was lovely and that I'm so happy that she's happy. It's not to my taste, but hey, at least it's spelled in a normal way. So, as someone with
Yeah.
a slightly odd name, Dabney, I did get a little bit of grief as a kid. Luckily, my name doesn't rhyme with anything weird. I think I might have gotten called like Flabby Dabney once or twice, but that's like, not a big deal. The big issue, the thing that really annoys me, is that it never goes away. When I go to Starbucks and I order a drink, I always give my name as Joe because I don't want to do this back and forth of, did you say Daphne? No, Dabney. Did you say Dobby, like the Harry Potter character? No, Dabney, Dabney. So it's just easier to say Joe, I get my cup of Joe, and I leave. That's all.
Yeah. So I don't have a weird name IRL, but my mom wanted to be really unique with it. And so she took out letters. Instead of adding letters, she took out letters. And so whenever I spell my name out, people are like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "Yes, I'm sure. Those two letters, they don't exist in my name. My mom wanted to be unique." So, like, and I will personally put that in on paperwork, and they'll still misspell my name on official paperwork and shit because they see it, and I guess in their minds they assume that I misspelled it, and I'm like, "No, I promise you that that is my legal name." Like, and then since I prefer to go by Faye, like online and in real life, as much of where I can compared to my real name because I don't like my actual name. People hear Faye as Faith a lot. So that also gets mixed up and I'm like, damn it. Why is the name that I prefer to go by IRL also close to something else? But it's also funny with that because my friends are like, "You're the only cis person I know with a dead name." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're right. I do have a dead name, and I'm not trans. I just really fucking hate my name."
Also, part of the reason why I named my daughter Lily, because Lily to me comes off as one of those timeless names that will never go out of style. It's just a pretty flower, and it sounds nice, and it's simple and classy. Honestly, guys, take it from someone with a weird name. Don't go with the weird name. Just give your kid a normal name like John or Jessica. It's totally fine. Our next Reddit post comes from r/relationship advice. My boyfriend Derek and I met through mutual friends 6 months ago, and we immediately hit it off. He's sweet, funny, kind, and just generally a good guy. He's super extroverted, and I've never seen him dislike or not click with anyone. I mentioned him to my parents a couple of times, and they said they were excited to meet him. My parents live a road trip away, so me and Derek had to book a hotel nearby. About 2 weeks ago, we dropped all our stuff in the hotel and arrived at my parents' house. My parents are the most welcoming people you'll ever meet. They've met some of my past significant others in the past, and they've always been warm and kind. Since both my parents and Derek are charismatic and welcoming, I thought the dinner would go smoothly, but I was wrong. It didn't start off too bad. My parents and Derek seemed a bit awkward, but I assumed that he was just nervous. We sat for dinner, and my parents asked us a couple of questions. How'd we meet? How serious is the relationship? Etc. I've never seen Derek stutter or hesitate before this dinner, but he did. As soon as I finished eating, he thanked my parents for dinner and said that we had to go. It felt like he was rushing to get out of the house. When we got to the hotel room, he ran to the bathroom and I heard him throw up. He said that he felt sick and he was going to head back home, but he insisted that I stayed and enjoyed the rest of the trip without him. I agreed since I really missed my parents, and he seemed to want to be alone. I texted him a couple of times asking how he's doing or if he felt better, but he didn't reply. After 2 days passed, I started to get really worried that maybe he was really sick and had to go to the hospital or something, so I cut the trip short and went back home. I went to his apartment and saw that he was okay. I asked him how he was doing and why he wasn't replying, and he said that he felt fine and that I was overreacting. He told me he still felt sick and he wanted to be alone.
What?
I went back home and texted him asking if we did anything wrong and if our relationship was okay since he was acting so weird and cold. A week has gone by since that text message and he hasn't replied. Derek is the last person I'd expect to ghost me. I'm torn between wanting to give him space and wanting answers. How do I even reach out to him without pushing him farther away? Then, a week later, OP posted an update. I took your guys' advice and decided to speak to my parents rather than Derek to discover if maybe they said anything or knew each other in the past, like many of you suggested they might. 4 days ago, I called my mom and told her about Derek's weird reaction after our dinner. I asked her for advice or if she knew what happened. She was silent for a moment, and I heard her start crying. She started apologizing, and I didn't understand what she was trying to tell me at first. Eventually, I got her to calm down, and she told me what had happened. My mom is a high school teacher, and apparently Derek was her student during his senior year, and she told me they had an affair. She didn't give me that many details. Honestly, I don't even want to know. All she said is that they only slept together once before she shut it down, and my father knows, and they attended couples counseling years ago to work through this. She cried a lot and said that it was her greatest regret. Then she told me she wanted me to break it off with Derek because he brought back really awful memories, and she found the age gap concerning. She's one to talk about age gaps. But ultimately, she said that it was my decision, and she didn't want her past mistakes to ruin my relationship. I went to Derek's apartment again, and he invited me in. He told me he had to tell me something, but I stopped him and told him I'd already talked to my mom and knew everything. He promised me he had no idea up until the point that we had come over for dinner where he immediately recognized her. He apologized for ghosting me and said that he just didn't know what to say and he was scared that he would ruin my relationship with my parents or maybe ruin their marriage. I forgave him, but told him this whole situation was just way too messy for me, and he agreed. So yeah, that's how my past few days have gone down. Honestly, I do kind of miss Derek, but not too much since the whole banging my mom thing is a massive turnoff. Hey, here's a quick tip for you. When a teacher screws a student, it's not an affair, it's grooming.
Yeah.
That was r/best.
That's PDF file territory, brother. But no, as soon as the mom was like, "Oh, I've got to tell you something," I was like, "Oh, she fucked him." I didn't expect her to fuck him as a child. Girl, what? I hope they report the mom to, like, the police and she gets arrested.
Welcome to r/Am I the Devil, where OP marries his brother's girlfriend. Our next Reddit
What?
post is from husband, father, brother. When I was in my mid-20s, my younger brother, Ezra, who was 19, went away to an out-of-state school. I just finished my own stay at my university, so I went back home to find an apartment close to family. Ezra's girlfriend, Melanie, who's 19, also stayed behind to study at a local college. Her and I would hang out once in a while. I didn't realize at first that I was playing with fire by doing this. Melanie and I got closer. We would go to the movies, grab a bite, and we would hang out at family dinners. Ezra couldn't be there, but my dad would extend invites to Melanie, who Ez dated all through high school. They had always planned to get married after school, so we considered her family. My dad also remarried, so we were trying to build new bonds with his new wife and her kids, one of which was close in age to Melanie. I guess things began to get messy when my dad's new wife began to comment that I looked better with Melanie. I had a stable job and I was ready to start my life and settle down. Melanie was offended at first, but as we grew closer, she began to also make similar comments. Ez would come down for summer or some weekends where they would still sleep together and function like a couple. But when Ez left, Melanie would be with me. Things got physical one night after I reacted jealously at her and Ez snuggling up. It was the turning point I'd been waiting on. I know now that I was wrong, and I'm not proud of any of this. My dad and his wife were at odds over my relationship with Melanie. My dad was actually furious with me and demanded we stop. Melanie was disinvited from family dinners, and my dad reached out to my mom to tell her about us. My dad's wife had the opposite opinion. I have another sibling, Aaron, who suspected that something was off. Things came to a head when Aaron took Ez aside during a visit to let him know what he had learned. Aaron has always had it out for me, or so I believe. It's a story for another day. But what happened after set my whole life in motion in the direction it's been for the last decade. It's been just over 10 years since Ezra discovered what we had done and set the whole family on fire. He blew up at our parents and my dad's wife for her involvement and their silence, and then Ez just left. It took a while, maybe 8 months, but he left and I've never seen him again. Those 8 months, I was not a kind person. After Melanie was embarrassed and mistreated by Ez for cheating, I immediately took her in and we became official. Our family disapproved for a while, but eventually they came around. She fell pregnant and I proposed. Her parents and my parents learned of this and agreed that it was best for the baby that we get married, so they paid for everything. It was a humble wedding, but my family pulled through for me and showed up. During this time, Aaron continued to lecture my parents about their involvement with our relationship and their abandonment of Ezra. I understand that he was in pain and needed them, but I did too. I was becoming a new father and husband. I was looking into buying my first home, starting my first big job, and planning a wedding. I didn't expect Ezra to suck it up, but they're my parents too. My parents were preoccupied with us, so much so that Ezra moved a few towns over and we didn't notice until a few months or so. We used to see him around town where he worked, but we noticed that we stopped seeing him. I reached out only to find that his number had been changed. Aaron was no help. He just gave criticisms and warnings about Ezra's well-being. No kind words for me, Melanie, or our child though. I lost 2 brothers, basically. Eventually, our wedding grew closer and invitations were sent out. No response from Ez or Aaron, which I expected, so I asked my mom to verify with them. I heard back that the answer was no. What we found was that they were completely gone. Aaron had a longtime girlfriend who RSVP'd no to our wedding and clammed up about where my brothers went off to. Another aunt who took Aaron and Ez's side said that they were safe and we needed to move on, so that was that. I'm sad to say that I haven't seen them in 10 years. My parents were obviously distraught and regretful. It put a huge damper on our wedding and the birth of my child. It remains a gray cloud over our lives to this day. I thought that we had moved on by the time Melanie and I had another kid. My parents seemed happy to be with me and my remaining brothers, and they saw that Mel and I were serious about our relationship, an ideal match. Soon enough, though, my mom decided to voice her regrets to me and Melanie personally. When she first found out about our relationship, she was staunchly against us, but came around when Mel fell pregnant. Now, she maintains that she made a mistake where she lost 2 sons. Her relationship with Mel has suffered greatly. My dad's family is much more welcoming to Mel, like she's one of their own. My dad does miss his sons, but he also loves his grandkids. He was content with this for a long time, until my mom located Aaron and Ezra. It hurt to feel that she would prefer to have held on to them and lose me and my sons in the process. She found out that they were both married, Aaron to his longtime girlfriend who eventually moved away years ago, and Ezra to some unknown woman. Both have a good amount of children, more than I have in fact. My mother got therapy and reached out to my brothers and made contact with Ez. Aaron declined to reconcile. So she's been in contact with him for a year, even going as far as taking my younger brothers with her to spend Christmas with Ez and his family. I've seen pictures of his sons and daughters and his wife too. I thought about keeping this from my dad, but I come from a gossipy family, so I did show him what I found on my mom's Facebook before they could. My dad was overcome again, as if the wound was freshly exposed. He felt like he missed out on a lot and couldn't bear it. He looked at the images for a long time and eventually called my mom, and they spoke for hours. So I sit here with fractured relationships everywhere. My mom doesn't approve of me or my family. Mel and my mom don't speak. My dad is heartbroken. Ezra and Aaron took off and built a life with their own families. From pictures, it seems like they're still close, and even though Aaron doesn't speak to our mother, his wife and kids do. My wife is beginning to get insecure about my feelings that I have towards her. She wonders if I regret her and the kids. I want to fix this. I failed to fix it before, but I need to now. I don't know how to repair it though. How can I make amends for a marriage and life that I don't regret? OP basically dropped a nuclear bomb on that bridge, and then 10 years later is like, how do I rebuild this bridge, you guys? You don't. You completely wrecked your family and ruined your brothers' lives. It's a bit late for apologies. Our next Reddit post is from Disastrous Reply. Am I the butthole for making my ex-wife pay me for a car seat? I'm a 38-year-old man, and I split from my wife, who's 39, almost 3 months ago. We have 2 kids, and this post is about our 5-year-old son. It wasn't the worst of breakups, but it definitely wasn't my choice, and I hate how she went about it. We'd been struggling for a few years, and yeah, I admit I probably could have tried harder in couples therapy and stuff, but she basically up and left one day, saying she was tired of trying. Anyway, not to get too deep here, but basically, I think the way she left was screwed up. Since our son is so young, he still needs a car seat. When she left, she drove off with the car seat, leaving me without one for my son. I was pissed and wanted it back, but she said that since she still is the one doing all the school drop-offs and pickups, I was out of luck, and passing it back and forth all the time meant that she couldn't set boundaries with me. Whatever. So I had to go buy a new one so that I could spend time with my son. But what I didn't know is that at the same time, she asked her sister, my sister-in-law, to give me her spare car seat. Her sister had a daughter who died unexpectedly a few years ago when she was about 4. But by then, I already had one, so I ended up with 2 car seats after her sister dropped it off when I wasn't home. A couple of weeks ago, my ex's car was broken into and everything was stolen, including the car seat that she took. She texted me and asked me to drop off her niece's old car seat at our next handover. But I didn't think that was fair. She left me, she took the car seat, I didn't make her sister or her give me a free car seat. And now that her car was stolen, I didn't see why that was my problem. She also could have used her niece's old car seat when she first left, but she chose to take the...
I'm sorry, do what now?
You mind if we take Olive out for a car ride?
I don't mind. Just be warned, she is very wiggly and she will try to climb on the dash. So be safe. I mean, it's good to get her used to the car, so.
The one in the car. So I told her I would only bring it back if she paid me for it. Her sister gave it to me, so it's mine now, no one else's. I told her she could buy it off me for $100. It costs way more than that on the market. Or she could buy another one on her own. She was pissed, but eventually sent me the money and I brought her the car seat. I thought it was fair and equal, considering what she did. But my ex-sister-in-law, who I actually always liked and was sort of maintaining a relationship with, has stopped talking or texting me since this, saying that I'm out of line and that if her daughter were alive today, she'd be disappointed in me. I really didn't think that I did anything unfair and was just maintaining the boundaries that my ex asked for. It's also extra screwed up to me that a dead girl is being used to shame me when I did nothing
Jeez.
wrong in the first place, and my ex is the one who got us here. So am I the butthole?
Yeah.
OP, you're trying to take advantage of a lady who has a dead daughter and gave you her daughter's stuff for free, and you're trying to make a buck off that? That is scumbag behavior.
Yeah.
OP clearly has a chip on his shoulder and is just looking for opportunities to make his wife miserable. Our next Reddit post comes from r/self.
Oh.
I regret every second that I cheated on my wife. I cheated on my wife last summer. I was spiraling in depression for years, and towards the end, I started blaming everything on my loved ones, including my wife. My female colleague was there. She was understanding.
Listen, I have my headphones on listening to r/stories, so I did not. I was like, what the fuck is she asking? Like, I thought she was asking if I wanted to go for a car ride, and I was like, I'm streaming. I don't want to go for a car ride. No, she's taking Olive Garden for a car ride.
And warm. She cared. We had intercourse. The guilt was crippling, and I told my wife. I think she was in shock at first, but eventually she told me that it was over between us. She never shed a single tear or followed.
Zen! Hi, Zen! Thank you for the refollow. Welcome back. How are you doing, man? I thought you did. I wonder if it, like, unfollowed you or something, because I swear you did. Just because you want to go on a car and a drivey wifey. No, I do not want to go on a drivey wifey. I hope you're doing good, man. This hairpiece is so stiff. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. The one time you get like a weird little voice out of me and you're like, I'm gonna clip that. Hmm. Why? What? Yeah, we're going. It's going good. Hold on, I'm making sure there's nothing running in the background I don't need. There's fucking Microsoft Edge, you little bitch. I turn Microsoft Edge off and it should never start up, but sometimes when I open up my computer, it's just on and I'm like, why? I don't even use this as a browser, dude. Oh no. Oh no. Tune's real voice reveal. Oh no. Hold on, I need to listen to how I sound doing that. That's great. Copilot. Okay, I'll have to look into that. Okay, there's nothing else heavy in the background. It's just OBS and VTube Studio and Live2D are kind of heavy in general. It's okay. This is fine. Okay. I've got to rig that to stay attached to the hair too. I see it. It's kind of hanging there. Okay. I want to. Uh, it kind of looks like it's bouncing on the boob, which is really funny. My computer might just be lagging in general with testing that just because there's a lot of stuff moving at once. So I think the movement is good. It's just being stinky. Let me try it on a 50 scale. Yeah, it's just you're stinky. Yeah, it's definitely that there's just a lot running at once. So my computer's like stinky. Okay, that's okay. I'll give that a proper test later.
Or yelled or begged. We have 2 daughters together. Everyone but me could see that my colleague lost all interest in me gradually, and 2 weeks ago she broke things off. I dropped my girls off at their mother's on Sunday. It was the first time I didn't celebrate Christmas with them. My wife looked happy and content. I just realized that she was the bright light in my depression and always had been, and yet I blamed her for feeling awful because I liked the attention of someone else. My wife asked me how I was because I looked depressed. I couldn't tell her anything, just that I was fine, but that it felt weird that this was the first Christmas that I was spending alone. I told her that my relationship was over. Her expression didn't change. She didn't even look like she was gloating. She just simply said, "Well, you could always tell her that we're back together if you want a relationship with her." I was taken aback by how calm and sure she sounded. When I got when I got home, I tried it. Not because I wanted anything to do with my colleague. I was just curious why my wife would believe that. Since then, my colleague has been sending me tons of texts, warm and flirtatious, asking me if I missed her and if I had the time to meet. I threw my life away for this. Yo, that wife dropped a burn. That was that was a funny burn. And this doofus thought, that's actually pretty good advice. The top comment from Calcutta Too Much is, "Your wife is hilarious for this, I fear." Our next Reddit post is from Few Edge. I'm a 33-year-old guy who spent most of my adult life in relationships. Very long ones, short ones. I've never been single for more than a few months. I have serious attachment issues, and every breakup hits me like a ton of bricks. I idealize my exes, dive straight into hardcore dating, and end up in a new relationship before I even process the last one. While in a relationship, I always feel stuck between wanting to stay and wishing I were single again because of fear of missing out. Last year, I finally made my lifelong dream come true. I quit my job and started traveling the world. It's been amazing, but as much as I love this freedom, I can't ignore the internal pressure to settle down and start a family. I've always wanted 2 kids before 35, and while I could stretch that goal a little, I don't want to wait until I'm 40. I met my current girlfriend, who's 25, earlier last year. She's from a third world country, 8 years younger than me, and before anyone assumes anything, this isn't some passport bro situation. She never had plans to leave her country, and I wasn't even looking for a relationship or dating girls in that place. It just happened pretty randomly. I'm 100% sure that she's genuine. Things escalated when we had a pregnancy scare. That experience really deepened my feelings for her, and after that, we traveled together for a few months. We got along.
You know what? I'm realizing that with this little strand, if it's gonna be on all of these, I need. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need a third one of these as well. Don't mind me figuring shit out.
Great. She's back in her home country now, and I'm in mine. The plan is to meet up for another trip soon, after which she'll visit my country to see if she could imagine living here. If she likes it, the next step would be marriage and her relocating permanently. But here's the thing, visa, travel, and relocation are expensive. Within the next few weeks, I have to decide if I want to continue with this relationship or not. Then OP writes out a pros and cons list, and I'm just going to skip over the pros because it's a bunch of boring compliments, and the cons is where the r/am I the devil content comes in.
Oh
She doesn't
no.
earn much money, so I'll have to cover most of the costs. Her travel, her move to my country, and probably a large portion of our life together. Even if she finds work here, it won't be well paid, and our finances will always be tight. I'm worried she won't be happy in my country. She doesn't speak the language, which is tough. She has no friends here, and our cultures are complete opposites. Integrating will be a major challenge. While I find her attractive, she's not the most beautiful woman I've ever dated. My ex was more physically attractive, and that thought remains bothering me a lot. I don't like her native culture too much. The food is average, most people are just after the money, and I don't want to spend my life traveling there every year. She's very young and inexperienced. Sometimes I feel more like her mentor or parent than her equal. That said, she's very smart for her age and eager to learn. Communication is tricky. She avoids conflict and often says yes even when she means no. That'll take some time and effort to improve. She's jealous and insecure. It's her first relationship, and there's a steep learning curve for both of us. On the one hand, I feel like she's the one. She's everything I've prayed for over the years. It would be crazy to let her go just because I'm chasing some stupid fantasy of someone better. If I continue behaving like this, I'll never be happy because there's always someone better. But on the other hand, this might be my last chance to travel the world solo, have the time of my life, save money, and possibly meet someone local without
Yeah.
all the complications that I really don't fancy. OP is a massive bundle of insecurities and hypocrisy that is best suited never being in a relationship. It honestly sounds like OP is incapable of being content in a relationship because he's honestly pretty entitled. How can you say this girl is everything you prayed for, but then have a giant con list about how you hate her culture and you don't see how you two are compatible? Huh? That was r/am I the
Yeah.
devil, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where OP gets revenge against the neighborhood Karen. Today's episode is sponsored by ExpressVPN. At the time of writing this, P-Hub is now banned in 16 states, including, tragically, my home state of Virginia. Who knows? An overpriced subscription service, and then Netflix is going to tell you can't watch a movie because you happen to live in the videos. Your eyes are free by scanning the VPN.year-old woman, and I live in a suburb.
We are not sponsored by ExpressVPN. We are not sponsored by ExpressVPN. But also, I didn't realize that the P-Hub was actually being banned in more states than just Texas. That's really fucking funny. It would be cool if I ever got, what do you call it? Sponsorship. But I'm still too tiny for a sponsorship.
Moving so fast, the chatbot cannot register the email.
Listen. Nah. If I'm gonna get sponsored by anything for being tiny, it better be high heels. So I can punch you, Gray. I'm gonna get you. How many high heels will I need? Like 10? That would be awesome. I get fucking stilts just to reach your face. I'm gonna beat you up for making fun of me.
Urban neighborhood with my husband. We have a double driveway that fits both of our cars comfortably, and we've lived here for about 5 years. Our next door neighbor, Linda, moved in a year ago. She's an older woman in her late 50s who seems friendly on the surface, but has started to cause some issues. It started a few months ago when I came home and found her car parked in my driveway. At first, I thought that it was a mistake, so I knocked on her door and asked her to move it. She apologized, said that she had guests over and her driveway was full, so I let it slide that time. But then it kept happening. I'd come home to find her car, or sometimes her guests' cars, in my driveway. I told her multiple times that it wasn't okay, but she'd just shrug it off and then move the car when I asked.
Need jiggling keys or subway surfers. Welcome in, wrong type of hero. I know, I get it. Like, hold on, do I have any? I don't have keys beside me, but here you go. Here you go. Here's your jingling key. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope the rigging functions enough as your subway surfers or jingling keys. Plateau shoes just to reach your knees. Little bean. I'm not that small. Hi, welcome from Blue Sky. Yes, we love Blue Sky in this household. Oh yeah. Welcome, Ian. Also, great. I doubt you're that tall. I'm not. You're good. Enjoy your ramen.
Been saying things like, "It's not like you were using it right then." The final straw happened last week. My mother-in-law, the one who isn't exactly my biggest fan, was visiting, and I specifically asked her to park in the driveway so that she wouldn't block the street. When we came home from running errands, Linda's car was there again. My mother-in-law was already in a bad mood, and she snidely remarked, "Wow, even your neighbors walk all over you. I wonder why." I was furious. I knocked on Linda's door and told her this was the last time she was parking in my driveway, period. She got defensive, saying that I was being unreasonable since she only does it occasionally and that it's just a driveway, not a sacred space. Since then, she started giving me the cold shoulder, and I've noticed her glaring at me whenever I'm outside. My husband says I might have gone too far, and I should have just let it slide, especially since she's older and it's not worth the drama. Even my mother-in-law shockingly agreed, saying that I should pick my battles. But I feel like it's my property, and I shouldn't have to keep asking someone not to use it without permission. At the same time, maybe I overreacted by
Okay. I don't think it's lag that's making this strand look weird. The strand itself just looks... Maybe I put too much bounce into it. Hold on. Let's tone it down a little bit. It might have too much scale on it. I think that's what it was. I think it was scaling too much. Okay, let me fix the strand then as well. That's a little bit better. Okay. Let's see. L-Y.
confronting her so harshly. Then, one day later, OP posted an update. Well, today, things finally came to a head. I woke up early for an appointment only to find Linda's car parked in my driveway again, blocking me in.
Bruh.
My husband had already left for work, so I knocked on her door and waited for about 15 minutes, but there was no answer. I even tried calling her, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I was running late and completely fed up, so I called a towing company. They arrived quickly, and as they were hooking up her car, Linda stormed out of her house,
There we go.
furious.
That's
She
better.
yelled at me and at the tow truck driver,
Yeah.
calling me petty and claiming I could have just waited a bit longer or left a note. I calmly reminded her that I'd asked her multiple times to stop parking in my driveway, but she wasn't having it. She ended up paying the towing fee, and now she's absolutely livid. She's been telling other neighbors that I'm a vindictive control freak, and a couple of them have hinted that I might have gone too far. Even my husband thinks I could have handled it differently and avoided escalating things. And
nah.
of course, my mother-in-law, who was visiting today, had to chime in with one of her usual subtle digs. As we were sitting down for lunch, she casually remarked, "Some people just can't manage conflicts like adults."
Girl,
I'm pretty
shut the
sure she
fuck
wasn't
up.
talking about Linda. So now, Linda glares at me every time she sees me. My husband is annoyed about the neighborhood drama, and my mother-in-law is treating this like it's my personal failure. I think that I was justified, but I'll admit this fallout is a lot to deal with. Yeah, all these neighbors who are so concerned about Linda's parking, well then why don't they let Linda park in their driveway? Damn, man, and what's even worse is your husband. He's the real villain in the story. You're being victimized by a cruel, effectively thieving neighbor, and he's blaming you and letting your mom criticize you? What a useless man. So I guess your husband walked out to his car in the morning to go to work, saw that you were blocked in, and was like, "Oh well, not my problem," and then just left. What
Yeah.
a douche. Am I the butthole for refusing to give up my front row spot at a concert to someone claiming to be disabled? A couple of weeks ago, I traveled to another country to see an artist that I've been a fan of for 6 years. This was a once-in-a-lifetime experience for me, and I've been waiting months for it. I sacrificed a lot financially and mentally to make it happen. Since this was my first and probably only time seeing them, I went all out. I bought great tickets and arrived in line at 5 in the morning, even though doors wouldn't open until 6 at night in freezing cold weather. I waited all day, hungry, cold, and dehydrated. But
5 in the morning? Dude, holy shit. Okay, so I'm gonna go see Papa Roach and Rise Against. And I got like floor tickets. So I'm gonna be like right there in front of the stage. It's gonna be fucking great, but I would not wait all day just to get the good spot. I mean, honestly, I might go like 2-3 hours early, just because since I am a short person, I want to get the closest to the stage that I can. So just so like I have an easier time seeing, because like the last concert that I went to, it was great, you know, I get in to see the Used, but when there was tall people in front of me, it was awful because I couldn't fucking see them, dude. And I really wanted to see them. So I like, people get mad at people for using phones, but also the phone was also the only way I was actually kind of watching the band for a bit. Fuck you, Gray. It's not my fault I was born this way. But no, I'm so excited for Front Row. Because it's the standing too, which means there'll be mosh pits. So I probably want to be closer to the front as well to try it, like, so I can hold on to the railing if a mosh pit does happen. Yeah. Coffee! Thank you! Did she try to crawl onto y'all's dash at all? I'm surprised. Yeah. I did eat my greens as a kid, Gray. Fuck you. It's okay. You can leave it open.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because if the door stays closed, it'll get extra hot in here, especially when since it's like 70 degrees out already. Yeah, you're in a fucking sweater, dude. The fuck? Yeah, no, it's what's the temperature right now? 76.
Yeah, true. I mean, in here it's cold though.
It is cold in here. I should just have sausage biscuit. Sausage biscuit. Did you get the meal? Yeah, hash brown. That's okay. Thank you. Food has been obtained. Oh, these mic settings aren't catching it up at all. That's great. Except for setting shit down. Coffee. I'm gonna shit my brains out later.
it was worth it because when the doors opened, I secured a front row barricade spot right up against the stage. This was my dream. Then, a guy behind me tapped me on the shoulder and told me he was disabled. He said the venue was supposed to let disabled attendees in early, but they hadn't. He asked me to give him my spot at the barricade. Here's the thing. I know this venue is very accommodating for disabled attendees. I actually have friends with disabilities who have gone to shows here, and the staff always ensures they get to the front row safely during a designated time frame before it gets too crowded. Now, I'm a very short person, 5'1", and this guy was extremely tall.
Oh my god!
Over 5.5
You little
feet.
shit!
So if I gave him
Olive, get back over here! jam on the floor and she started chewing on it. I'm sorry. The panic stop of the video as I chased after my kid. There's a packet of jelly on the floor, and she immediately started crunching on it. And I was like, what the fuck? And I looked at her, and she had it, and she took off running. She dropped it, thank God. God. Little shit. Delicious. Delicioso.
From my spot, I wouldn't be able to see anything at all because he would completely block my view. I honestly would have been willing to move if he wasn't so tall, or if I could still see from the second row. However, in this case, I knew that I'd lose the view that I'd waited more than 10 hours for. I tried to
10
compromise.
hours is
I pointed out
crazy.
that the right side of the barricade was still open and suggested he go there. Since he's so tall, he'd have a great view and he could hold on to the rail for support. However, he refused, saying the view wasn't as good as where I was. While we were talking, that section filled up, and he became more insistent. He said that he would have a hard time if he couldn't take my spot. At this point, I got frustrated and explained 3 things. 1, if his disability was that serious, he should be in an accessible section, which is specifically designed for attendees with disabilities. 2, if he insists on being in the standing section, he should have brought a support aid, like a cane. 3, if he spoke to security, they could escort him to a front row disabled seating, which has a fantastic view and is much more accommodating. After hearing this, he called me a butthole and told me to get screwed and left. I feel like he just wanted my spot and wasn't being truthful. The venue offers several options for disabled attendees, and I tried to direct him to alternatives. I feel bad for saying no, but I don't think it was fair for him to ask me to sacrifice my entire experience. The most relevant comment down below comes from Arrowfish. As someone who's done the exact same thing as this guy to see my favorite band, he was scamming you. See it all the time, along with, my friend is holding my spot up front. Can I just squeeze in next to you? Can I just reach past you and grab the barricade with my hand? Once the music starts and there's a push forward, these types will literally try to elbow, push, or crowd you out of the way. That's why the general stance is to stand with feet apart and cross your arms to rest on the barricade. Don't let go and don't stand back with just your hands resting on it. They look for weak spots to wedge in, so don't give it to them. Lol, yeah, it's like a contact sport. Pretty much everyone else is commenting that more than likely the reason why this guy targeted OP is because she's 5'1" and this guy thought that he could intimidate her. So OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving.
That's gonna be me. So I'm 4'10", dude. Me trying to be at the front of the barricade for Rice Against and Papa Roach. I try to get really up close for the used, but despite there being, like, you know, people there that were leaving, there were still people who were moving up forward for the used specifically, which sucked. So I was still kind of like further back. It's okay. I still have more years to go see them. Hopefully. I don't think they have any. I am gonna fight. I'm gonna like squeeze my way around like a little fucking mole. I'll find my way to the front. This would be the great use of if I had ever applied for the disability of being short, I could use the disability to get the front. Because I technically am legally a midget. I'm on that line. I am the very tippy top number of the midget. So, like, I legally am technically a midget. I just have not applied to get like legal benefits for being short. Oh. It's okay, I can barely breathe too because I'm so short. All the air gets compressed out of me. Ugh. Man.
This guy 1.5 out of 5. Am I the butthole for accidentally ruining my autistic boyfriend's safe food? My boyfriend loves stew. He wants to eat it every day for every meal. His favorite stew is beef tips and vegetables from a local place, but it's really expensive, like $47 for a big.
I wish it was that easy. But no, since I caught them early enough, it was only like after taxes and everything, it was only like $180 for floor. Which actually, let me look at it now. I gotta know. It's the Rise of the Roach tour. How much are those seats now? Oh, actually, the pit's not too bad. There's actually one for 119 right now. Okay. But then there's also one that says 840. So I guess some people are reselling it right now too. I think that's what some of it is as well. But further back, of course, you'd get like 40 and 80. There's one for 30 in like the nosebleed section. Which actually, Hydra wants to go see Tyler the Creator, and he's going to be at the same place the day before, which is really funny. Let's see. The cheapest one would be in the nose, like a nosebleed, for like 145. Which hopefully it'll be there by the time I get paid again. Because I want to get that for her as like super early birthday gift. Or I guess technically, would it? Yeah, no, technically super early birthday gift. Yeah, because she wouldn't want the floor with no, Hydra's actually never been to a concert, but she really likes Tyler the Creator. So he's like the one person that she would put up with going to a concert to go see. Um Shut the fuck up. No, I haven't been to that many concerts. This will be my fourth concert. I went to Vans Warped Tour back in 2012, specifically to go see the Used. So I got to see the Used there. I went to it's kind of like Vans Warped Tour, but it wasn't Vans Warped Tour. This like 2 years ago to see the Used again. But then I also saw Pierce the Veil there. I think I caught the tail end of what is it? Not Secondhand Serenade. Who's the other one? It's another one that starts with an S that I really like. Hold on. I think it was Sleeping with Sirens. Yeah. I think it was Sleeping with Sirens. I saw them a little bit. Um, they had quite a few bands there. It was a really nice lineup. But then I saw Pink with my mom like 2 years ago. That was really cool because she did the whole like trapeze thing, and then they had like a whole trampoline shit and everything they were going on. We were like high up, so we didn't get like the down, like super down view of it, but she still had a good time. It was like the only ones I could afford, but her birthday was coming up, so I wanted to get that for her as her birthday gift. So I got tickets for her, me, and my friend Rose to go see Pink. And then this is gonna be my fourth concert, which I was gonna try to go see Set It Off last year, but I didn't get the tickets in time. Um, but then this one coming up, I'm gonna go see Papa Roach and Rise Against, who are like also really big favorites of mine. Paramore is definitely a band that I eventually want to go see, but getting tickets for Paramore is going to be a time and a half. One day. One day, though. I will go. One day. Yeah. So, one of my mom's favorite movie series is the Pitch Perfect series. And for Mother's Day, back when I think the second movie came out, I got her tickets to go see it in theaters, me and her. And mind you, I was still like in high school then. So I had kind of like a little under the table job at a concession stand. Um, because it was supposed to be volunteer, but they couldn't get anybody to volunteer for the concession stand. So they were like, we'll pay you to run the concession stand. So I used that money to go take her to go see that movie in theaters when it came out. But I'll always remember when I was like, Mom, guess what I got you? She was like, you got me a massage? And I was like, girl, I'm broke. I ain't got that kind of money. Like, no, I got us tickets to go see Pitch Perfect. And she had a really good time. It's still one of her favorite movie series. Her and my dad really like it. And then my dad, he really likes Superman. Like Superman's his superhero fixation. My mom's is Wonder Woman. And they're gonna have the new Superman movie coming out in July. My dad's birthday's in July, so I'm gonna go take him to go see the Superman movie for his birthday. Yeah, it's really funny too, because my mom and dad actually have like honestly a lot of like coinciding interests, and but they were divorced for most of my life until they got back together after my stepdad cheated on her. Um, so they were like apart for what, 18 years, 19 years. When they like met each other again, they like actually hung out for a week, and after the week they're like, we're dating. And I cried because growing up they were always like, we hate each other, we're gonna do this stuff because we don't like your other parent. Blah, 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 blah. My dad was always like, I'll dye your hair, I don't care if your mom says no, just to, like, fuck with her. So I was like, I cried, and my mom's like, you're crying? And I'm like, yeah, I didn't think you guys would ever even get along, let alone date. And now they're married. Like,
Bowl. They don't do small orders for takeout, and he's grossed out by leftovers, so more than half of it gets wasted. We've had a couple of arguments about it. He says I don't understand his brain. I say he doesn't understand our budget. Recently, I looked up some recipes, including doing a dissection of the takeout soup, and tried my hand at making some home-cooked replacement for stew night. He loved it for a few days, and then one night he was hanging out with me in the kitchen and saw me put tomato paste in the pot. He was really upset and demanded that I make the soup without the paste. I told him it wouldn't taste the same, and he said that it would be better because he hates tomatoes. They're not a safe food for him. So I made the soup with no tomato paste, and big surprise, something felt off about it to him. Instead of admitting that the tomato paste was necessary, he threw a fit and told me that he didn't want home-cooked food anymore if I was going to play with him and not take
bro,
his safe food seriously. He thinks I changed more than just the tomato paste in an effort to get him to admit that he was wrong. $400 in stew orders later, I had an idea to ask the chef when we were picking up the order if there was any tomato products in the stew. And lo and behold, there's tomato in the recipe. Effing tomato paste. In my mind, this was great because I thought that he would get over it if he knew that his original perfect stew had tomato paste. Like, oh, I guess tomato paste isn't so bad then. But it was the exact opposite. He walked out of the restaurant without saying anything, and then refused to eat the stew that night and hasn't ordered it again. And he's been ignoring me while sulking around the house, using his whiny voice a lot and slamming things. His sister also
bro.
texted me to tell me that I'm a selfish butthole for needing to get back at him by taking his favorite food away. I literally just wanted to stop spending insane amounts of money on stew. I wasn't trying to hurt him or ruin his life. I'm not autistic. I can't really wrap my head around caring this much about a single ingredient. I genuinely didn't see this reaction coming. We've been together for 4 years, and he's only had 3 other fits like this. The other ones were pretty reasonable. Those were also a little less intense and didn't include input from his family. This is the first time anyone in his family has ever spoken to me like this, so I've been back and forth between y'all are overreacting and what have I done? OP, the problem isn't that your boyfriend is autistic. The problem is that your boyfriend is a whiny, entitled baby who also happens to be autistic. The dude really wants $47 per meal and refuses to eat the leftovers
Jesus.
and then whines at you for some reason because you wanted to make the food at home for him? That's sweet. That's not mean. Most boyfriends, if their girlfriend decided to learn their favorite dish, would be ecstatic. Instead, this guy's just a tool bag about it. So, OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your boyfriend 1.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for reminding my dad that he didn't pay child support? Growing up, I never really knew my dad. He was in and out of the picture, and in later years, him and my mom would argue over his jail time for not paying child support. My mom died, and I live in her house with my girlfriend and her child. In my adult life, my relationship has been the same with my dad. He reached out after my mom's death, but he never really made the effort, and it always felt that if he tried to have a relationship with me, it was always for a new girlfriend or wife's benefit, not mine. My dad recently had a bad wreck, and his apartment only had stairs. Him and his new wife acted like they would move into my home since it's an old school ranch house, all one floor. I told him no. He asked me why I didn't trust him and that he would pay rent. I told him, why would I trust him to pay rent when he never paid my mom child support for years? His wife told me that was a rude thing to say. I told her maybe they should ask one of her kids, she has 5, or one of my dad's 3 other kids because I'm one of 9. I'm not stepping up to help because my dad has never helped me. They accused me of dragging up their past, and I told them their attitude is not going to mesh with mine long term. I was asked to leave the hospital because I was upsetting them while my dad was still there. This one's easy. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Your dad gets 3 out of 5 buttholes.
Yeah.
That was r/Am I the Butthole. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit...
Wait, what was the last one? I totally... Okay.
Welcome to r/Best of Redditor updates, where OP's boyfriend engages in mysterious butter activities. Our next Reddit post is from r/Relationship Advice.
On this,
I've been dating my boyfriend for 2 years, and we finally moved in together. Ever since we moved in, I've seen a new side of him. It's a very odd issue, and I can't wrap my head around what to do. At first, I started to notice butter was disappearing quickly. I assumed that maybe I lost track of how much we had, or maybe he was cooking when I wasn't around. I don't know. But one night, a few weeks ago, I saw him try to stealthily take a stick of butter from the fridge, which I pretended not to notice, and he took the butter with him into the bathroom. Now, I've noticed my boyfriend's... I'm sorry. I don't even know where this story is going, and it's already super funny to me. Now, I've noticed my boyfriend spending an hour or more of time in the bathroom since we moved in, but I never saw him take the butter before. I was so confused. When he came out of the bathroom about an hour later, I saw no sign of the butter, but I also saw that he did not put the butter back in the fridge. It was gone. I tried to subtly keep an eye on him, and over the week he did this 3 separate times, and and each time a stick of butter disappeared. Finally, I said one day, "Where'd all our butter go? I hardly used any this week and it's gone." He pretended to not know and said, "Maybe we forgot to buy it." I said, "No, we had 4 sticks before and now they're gone." He just acted like it was a mystery and said, "Guess we should order up some groceries." By now, I'm getting very confused. So I ordered groceries and made a point of saying, good to finally have 4 sticks of butter. This should last us quite a while." He made no comment. On the first 2... This is so funny. On the first 2 days, whenever I used a small amount of butter, I would remark about how much butter we had left. Finally, one day, I saw him do it again. He took a stick of butter into the bathroom, was gone for an hour or so, and came back with no butter. I couldn't believe it. So when I made dinner, I acted shocked that one stick of butter was gone. He said, maybe we only have 3. But he knew that I had been making a point of it. The very next day, another stick of butter gone. I listened at the bathroom door and heard sink water running, and I thought that I heard moaning noises. I was so confused. Finally, this time when he came out, I said, I know that he's been taking butter into the bathroom. He got all flustered and said I must be mistaken, but I said I literally saw him take butter into the bathroom and then come out without it, and that I know he's been lying to me about the quantity of butter in our fridge. He then started apologizing for misleading, but said, let's not talk about it. And when he saw that I was getting mad, he said, what if I just order my own separate private butter? I was like, okay, but what are you doing with the butter? He asked me to promise him to never ask about his butter activities again and to just put it behind us. He said, just look the other way on this one thing, and stressed how it's not a big deal at the end of the day. I was like, okay, I guess. But I've been so confused and even disturbed about it. Like, what is he doing with the butter? Why is he lying about it? Why won't he tell me? I don't even think he's eating it because he's not an overweight guy, and I feel like if somebody ate that much butter, they'd become hefty, but he's showing no signs of it. I'm just like, who is this guy? Am I overreacting? It's just so odd to see him in a different light, and I'm not sure what to do. Should I just ignore it? Then, one day later, OP posted an update. You guys have any guesses? If I had to do a shot in the dark, I'd say he is pleasuring himself with that as lubrication, but that's just a guess. Let's see where this goes. This morning I said, look, yes, you should buy private personal butter for your activities, but I said that I need to know what you do with the butter. He got very quiet and then said, fine, I'll tell you just this once. And he told me. He told me everything. I was so mortified and confused. I can't tell you what it is, but I will say that it is a sensual activity. Extremely sensual. It is definitely an inappropriate use of butter. I can't even type what it is due to how graphic it is. On the one hand, it's just butter, but on the other, I can no longer see him the same way.
This is looking like the hair actually going like behind the body when she looks this way, and then when you look this way, it's above it. I'm getting so much better at this. I'm so happy. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. I know. I want to edit the full look up like that. I feel like those turns look a little, because the down looks fine. I like how the down looks, but the up feels bad. So I need to edit that. Does the eyebrow still have a twitch? It does. I still don't understand why the twitch happens. Okay.
I'm staying at my parents'. To make matters worse, a friend of his found my other post and sent it to him saying, "Lol, this must be about you." I guess he used to do it in college too, and he's furious. And now other people I know in real life know what he does with the butter. He's angry at me for exposing his butter-based proclivities. Now I've ruined my relationship, and everyone knows my business, causing me shame and humiliation. I can't believe what he does with the butter though, and I don't think I can be with somebody who does things like that. I consider it a momentous screw up for me to ever confront him about this, which is my mistake because I can never unknow what I know. Alright, straight to the comments. I have got to know what people are thinking happens with the butter. Well, it seems like the two most common responses are either he uses it as lube, which is my guess obviously, or he sticks it up the pooper, which is also quite possible. Maybe both? Maybe one, then the other? Our next Reddit post comes from r/relationship advice. Should I go for it with my brother's girlfriend if she's giving me all the signs? My little brother's name is Cody, and his girlfriend is Sandra. This is so effing messy. I'm pretty close with my brother, but I honestly feel that he doesn't deserve his girlfriend. So my brother and his girlfriend came to stay at our grandma's house for the week that they have off. They've been here for 5 days. They won't leave for 3 more days, and it's killing me. My little brother is not the best looking guy in the family. He's just not. Since he started seeing Sandra, he's gone to the gym and bulked up a bit and changed his hair and eating habits. Not because she forced him, she loved him even when he was chubby. He said that he wanted to start working out and eating better to get to the same level of attractiveness as her. Me and my best friend, a girl, both agreed beforehand that she is very good looking. Sandra and Cody came to visit my grandmother, and I was there because I'm currently living with her. Not only is Sandra ridiculously hot, but she's funny and smart too. She's pre-med and is taking a lot of hard classes that Cody says she's breezing through. She's the world's easiest person to talk to. The first night she came to visit, she was quiet, as this was the first time meeting extended family for her. The next day, Cody had a migraine, and she wanted to stay home with him and take care of him. But I convinced her to go to the mall with me, and Cody encouraged her to. We spent the day at the mall together. We played with puppies at a store and shopped a bit and got lunch. I don't think I've ever gotten along with someone as well as I've gotten along with Sandra. She's beautiful, witty, and basically my ideal partner. I've quickly developed strong feelings for her. It gets really messy from here. Cody was showing me some memes on his phone and accidentally swiped to a nude of hers. He thought I wasn't looking, but I did manage to see it. I know this is really bad, but when he got up to go to the bathroom, I unlocked his phone and looked at it. I couldn't help myself. I've already mentioned that I think she's hot, so I won't go into detail about how I felt about the picture because it's probably obvious. After this incident, I think people started noticing me becoming uncomfortable near her. My brother, my mom, and my grandma asked me about it. Eventually, Sandra asked me if she had done anything to offend me, and I said no. I came to my senses and stopped acting like a douche.
Oh no.
I asked if Sandra wanted to go to the grocery store with me, and she said sure. I thought it would be just the two of us, but Cody tagged along as well. We went to the grocery store together, went back, and ended up driving to the city in the afternoon, which is an hour from where we live. Cody fell asleep in the car, and again, it was Sandra and me talking. She ended up climbing from the back seat to the front to talk to me.
Okay, I need to save Live2D and restart it. There's so many parameters going on. It is not having a good time. Okay. Let's give that a cheeky restart really quick.
We talked and joked the whole way into the city, and I just knew something was there. I did something stupid and told her that I wished we'd met in high school, and she replied that she thinks we would have been best friends. Ouch. However, once we reached the city, she was back to being lovey-dovey with Cody. It sucked because I wanted to hold her hand so bad. I think they felt bad for me because yesterday was Valentine's Day and I don't have a girlfriend, so they didn't kiss or anything. They just looked at each other like they're in love. My questions are the following. I know she can tell that we have a good connection, so should I go for it? I really want to tell her my feelings this evening. What's the best way to do that? Thanks. Yo, what signs? What signs is this dude talking about? That they had a nice time at the mall together? Of course, she wants to make a good impression on your family.
Welcome back.
That she crawled into the front seat to talk to you?
Hi.
Of course she did that. Not to talk to you, you doofus, but so she didn't wake up her boyfriend. You moron. Please tell me he doesn't go for it. February 15th to the 20th. Okay, 5 days later, OP posted an update. So, against Reddit and my better judgment, I spoke to my brother. As you can imagine, all hell broke loose. The guilt was eating me up, and I told him about the feelings that I had for his girlfriend. I also came clean about looking at her nudes and apologized profusely. This was about 3 hours ago. My brother punched me in the face and busted my lip. He went to our grandma and told her that he didn't feel comfortable with me in the house. My poor grandma was so confused, and Cody told her vaguely that I acted inappropriately with Sandra and violated her boundaries. He went into Sandra's room and asked her to pack her things so they could leave and find a hotel. All I could hear was her saying, "What? Why? What's wrong?" He took her and left to stay in Atlanta, promising my grandma that he would call and explain when he got there. He just called her via her landline and they'll be getting lunch tomorrow. I received a text from Sandra about a half hour ago. She said, "Honestly, this is ridiculous that I even have to say this. You violated Cody's trust and my trust. Those pictures weren't meant for your eyes. I love your brother, not you. It's never gonna happen. You've ruined any possible friendship we could have. I'm not angry, but I can't forgive this, and I believe you need therapy. Good luck, OP. I hope you get the help that you need." I'm sitting here bawling in bed while my grandma knocks on the door to ask what's wrong. Reddit, what do I do? What are the steps to fix things with my brother? How do I apologize to Sandra? What do I tell my poor grandmother? I'm looking through OP's comments, and he's trying to defend all the signs. So many signs. And he says, "But there's more, I swear. She bats her eyelashes, and she won't see me unless she puts on her makeup." It honestly feels like this is the first encounter this guy's ever had with a woman other than his year-old grandma. Our next Reddit post comes from r/relationship advice. I'm a 25-year-old woman, and I ruined a romantic weekend with my boyfriend, Mike, who's 23, and he said that he needs space. He hasn't texted me in 2 days. Is my relationship done? Mike and I booked a very nice hotel for last weekend in the city, and we were planning to enjoy it together as we've been dating for 6 months. We were doing the deed on Saturday, and it just got really intense. He started dirty talking, and I did too, and during the act, he said, "OP, I effing love you." I don't know why, but I said my ex's name instead. "Oh, Adam, I love you too. I love when you passionately hug me." I know, I made a big mistake because their names are really different. I don't know what I was thinking. I probably wasn't at the time. It's worse because Mike and I actually ran into Adam a week or two ago, but Mike is much more good looking and better in bed, so I know it's not an insecurity of his. When I said it, Mike literally got off of me, started putting his clothes on, and told me he needed space. He started packing his things even though we had 2 more nights booked at this super expensive hotel. I got a little upset and tried to hug him and bring him back, but he just pushed me back onto the bed and said to leave him alone. Since then, I texted him a long apology, but he hasn't replied to me in 2 days. He didn't even read my message. What should I do? He's been so good to me, and I can't bear to lose him now. Then, 2 weeks later, OP posted an update. He texted me later that day saying he's unsure of being in a relationship even though it was a mistake. Then, a couple of days ago, he wanted to meet for coffee. It was very short. I've been texting my ex since we ran into him. But that's just because it was getting closer to the holidays and I wanted to catch up. All platonic. Mike asked if I was still talking to Adam since we ran into him, and I said yes. He basically told me that, oh my god, that was the first time he said, "I love you." And to hear me say someone else's name back was unforgivable. And then he emphasized the rest as if I didn't already know that it was a mistake. He didn't care for any apology and said that he hopes I don't make the same mistake with my next boyfriend. 6 months gone because I mixed up a name. Happy holidays. OP, I can't even begin to feel sad for you here. The update made this post so much worse. How do you not understand how badly you screwed up, OP? It's almost like you're gaslighting yourself. Our next Reddit post comes from r/credit score. My ex and I broke up last year. She wanted to go out constantly, and I did not. Our lifestyles just weren't compatible. She lived at my house, and I didn't make her pay anything, as I make significantly more than her. What really sucked was that if she really wanted to, she could have essentially squatted in my house for months while I'd have to file eviction papers. In the end, I paid for an apartment deposit and first month's rent on a place for her. I hadn't spoken with her at all until a week ago when I got a collection notice in the mail. The credit card I literally don't use and only had for emergencies was maxed out and charged off. When I looked into it, I found that it had been maxed out by March of this year. When I downloaded the statements, it was all fast food, Victoria's Secret, and grocery stores. Also, the card was missing. I texted my girlfriend asking her about it, and she called me and said that she did it because I left her with basically nothing and she needed to get back on her feet. She then said that I was lucky she didn't sue me for emotional distress. I hung up because she's literally sued coworkers twice and got settlements both times. I'm thinking of just going to the cops and letting them deal with her. My credit score has dropped about 200 points in a year. Any other advice I might be missing? Then OP posts an update where he says that he filed a police report. Then, 2 months later, we get this update. I heard back from the investigator on my case on Friday.
Yeah, I'll need a
He did a
custom
remarkable job from what it sounds like. She confessed to him that she only used my credit card for essentials and then said she also used it at Victoria's Secret. She was charged with felony credit card fraud and has to get a public defender. Since she's never been in legal trouble before, she's been offered 12 months probation. I also got an order of protection against her, which she didn't contest. The final ruling is supposed to go through at the start of January, but the investigator said that it's basically a done deal. I'm alright with how it turned out. Probation is probably a pretty big deal for her. I know something like that would absolutely get me fired from my job and drastically alter my life. The charge-off was removed from my credit reports and my score is back above 760. I appreciate everyone's advice. The top comment from Coming in the Aisle. Committing a felony sure is a great way to get back at your ex, especially a felony that can easily be traced back to you. Wish my ex had done that instead of screwing her way into my friend group. That was r/best of Redditor updates, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episode. Welcome to r/confessions, where OP puts itching powder in his roommate's fleshlight. Our next Reddit post is from Equivalent Cup. I put itching powder in my roommate's fleshlight. We lived in a small flat with one bedroom. I never used the dishwasher. He turned his fleshlight inside out when he put it in. In the beginning, he would leave it to soak in the bathroom sink. I protested vehemently, and as some have suspected here, I couldn't afford to move. He would leave it on or beside his bed after use. So I had this thing in my sight whenever I was in our room. He would use it while he thought that I was sleeping too. He had poor hygiene to begin with. A messy fella. He was coddled at home and his mom cleaned up after him. He'd use it and then just go to sleep without cleaning up. We shared an internet package which would be depleted before the month ended because of his adult content addiction. I tolerated this for about 4 months because my conflict-avoiding self just couldn't be aggressive enough. Throwing it away would have made things worse for me. As far as he's concerned, it was all his own doing. But the shameless slopping in the middle of the night was unbearable. He even took it with him when he went home on the weekends, and I'm sure that he didn't wash it until he came back to the flat because he probably wouldn't have been able to hide a cleansing session from his parents. It took about 2 weeks of this itching powder for his dick to get bad enough that he went to the doctor. But even after the itchy first use, I noticed he was going to the bathroom a lot. He still used it a couple of times more, which must have made it worse. He suspected that I might have used it and given him an STD through it because he wasn't sleeping with anyone. I wasn't either, but he had to ask. He moved out at the end of the semester, and I saw him on campus occasionally. Our parents met at church, and his mom is a devout Christian. Telling her crossed my mind, but that's an awful move. Well, since she handles all of his affairs, she found out on her own anyways. I wasn't there when the discovery took place, but I know that she threw it away. She made him see a psychologist, and he had to go home every weekend. My quality of life has drastically improved, and his too, so I hear. Anyways, fuck you, Chris. Also, OP clarifies that apparently the itching powder caused an infection and he had to get circumcised because of it. I guess you could say he had it coming. Our next Reddit post is from That's Not My Foot. This is petty, but I don't care. I've worked at a company for 2 years. In that time, I've gone from an incredible asset to the company to a babysitter. I wish I was joking. This company is owned by several people, but it's managed by a relative to the higher-ups. It's a guy who's never worked for anyone except his mommy who owns the company. This guy is incapable of doing basically anything for himself. Someone who will one day take over the company, who currently can't even figure out Bluetooth. Calling him a moron would be a compliment. You think that I'm just being harsh on my boss or exaggerating? I wish it was just me being dramatic. The last phone call I got from him was him asking me where he was. No, I'm serious. He was like, OP, I'm driving. Where am I? He asked me to track his location, find his location, see if I can find a store near him that sells a certain item, that he can't remember the name of the store of either, or where it is exactly. And then I'm to GPS voice navigate him there using track his phone to tell him when to turn. This is my life. I get 50 phone calls a day from this man. OP, did you get my email? Yeah, I responded to it and answered your questions. Oh, good. Read it to me. I then read him the email. He's happy. Fast forward 2 hours, and I get a scathing email from him, responding to my email. OP, why did you email me this again when we talked about this on the phone? This wastes my time. I no longer do my regular job. I've been transitioned into this personal assistant role, even though I didn't want it at all, to the point that I'm currently searching for a new job. The company is bleeding money, like someone cut off both its legs. My boss is supposed to be figuring out why, but the guy can't even pour himself a cup of coffee from the machine that we've had for 6 years. In my day-to-day, I also assist other departments. I have access to various software. I work alongside multiple managers and assist with their projects as well. Based on my observations, I found several problems that are costing us money, either by purchasing, distribution, or just general lack of adequate price adjustments. Some of these problems were serious enough that I even spoke to a different department's manager, who was impressed and took me to the CEO to ask if I could be moved to their department to help fix some of the problems that I identified. The CEO, by the way, is the boss's mother. I get told that I am absolutely not allowed to transfer, that I'm far too valuable as a personal assistant to be shared with other departments, that my boss will handle and oversee the changes that need to be made. The manager and I were stunned. Turns out, Mommy wants to step away from the company and wants my boss to run it. And the boss just needs more projects to work on to get a better understanding of how to run the company. My boss gets called in, told that I identified several issues and that my boss needs to get them resolved. My boss gets mad at Mommy, telling her that he doesn't have time to do that. Mommy says that she understands that he's a very busy boy. Again, I'm not joking. My boss later calls me into his office and tells me to fix all these issues, but that I'm to give him all my notes, tell him how I fixed it, and he will present it to the board. My boss then left for the day and called me later to ask what kind of mustard was the mustard he liked the most on his deli sandwiches. Then he proceeded to lecture me on mustard, because the answer I gave him was obviously not the right kind of mustard, and that I need to pay more attention to little things like that. I hung up my phone, picked up all my notes on this bleeding money situation, and shredded them. Whoops, sorry. I'm too much of an idiot to handle doing any type of investigation work into our financial records for the past 5 years. I'm certainly too much of an idiot to notice that your profit margins went from 32% to less than 18% on the majority of the products that we manufacture, all while giving our distributors more than a 46% discount so they can keep coming back for more. Here's hoping that my boss can figure that out, especially considering the layoffs we keep happening. Excuse me while I make a note of what kind of mustard he prefers on his Montreal smoked meat sandwich, which is a much more important use of my time. Because, in the words of my boss, maybe one day you'll be capable, like me, if you keep working at it. I hope I get fired. Then OP posted an update, which basically just says that he hasn't moved jobs and he's still suffering, and it's not really much of an update except we have this funny phone call. OP, it's raining. Yeah, it is. Did you get more rain at your house than at my house? I don't know. Well, don't you measure your rain? No. You should. Then you'll know how much rain there was. Do you measure your rain? Oh no, we just water the garden when it gets dry. So why'd you ask? Well, if you told me how much rain you got by measurement, I could guess at how much rain I got, and I could see who got more rain. But now I can't, so whatever. Anything else, boss? No, that's it. I'll be at work soon. Our next Reddit post is from Paris Hilton. I'm a 32-year-old woman, and I'll never forget the time that 2 grown women were introduced to our class as observers for the week, and that they'll be in the back watching a teacher teach for a few days. The teacher said, in order for them to do their job properly, please just ignore them. Act like they're not here. They sat silently in the back taking notes on their respective clipboards for an hour or so each day. On that Friday, my teacher kept me back during recess, telling me the two women want to chat and ask me some questions. I was then placed in a chair directly facing them, with my teacher and her aide standing off to the side a few steps behind the duo. Something was up. They then proceed to tell me, delicately, why they're here. They go on to explain that my teacher knows that I'm a good student, and so my recent failing test grades don't make sense. They then show examples of me spelling the same words or doing the same math accurately on previous tests and assignments, yet completely wrong with recent ones. They ask me, have you been failing these tests on purpose? This was the first time I experienced that heart beating out of my chest type feeling. For one, it was true. I was faking it. On top of that, they seemed very serious, scary serious, especially to my 8-year-old self. I shamefully admitted that, yes, I had been. And when they asked why, well, that answer led to my first authoritative scolding on memory. Simply put, I did it because I was jealous of the kids who seemingly got to have a second recess. There was a group of 20 or so students across the second grade classrooms who got pulled out each week for roughly half the day. One day, I saw them playing outside from my classroom. They appeared to be having so much fun, and I wanted in on that fun. So I asked one of them how they got put in that group and was told, because I'm bad at spelling and math? Ugh, my two strongest subjects. What am I ever to do? Dumb myself down, of course. To become one of them, I had to act like them, think like them, and test like them. After our little interview session, my failed adolescent attempt at manipulation, or whatever you want to call it, was never discussed again. My parents never questioned me about it. To this day, I don't know what they were told, or if they were told anything at all. My peers never knew about it, and I never told a soul. Those women scared the living daylights out of me. Yep, kids are dumb. I remember in second grade, I asked my mom for weighted boots because Goku wore weighted boots, and if I wore weighted boots like Goku, then I'd be strong like Goku. Makes sense, right? Our next Reddit post is from Hannah Lucy. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, I went on a school trip to a museum that had an ancient Egypt exhibit. The museum staff allowed the class to look at some old relics, passing them around in a circle. I remember looking at this little green, blue-colored figurine of a goddess with a hippo head. I really liked it, so without a second thought, I put it in my pocket and took it home with me. I sat at home playing with it, not really understanding the gravity of what I'd done. Then we had a big assembly at school. The museum were looking for this figure, as it wasn't a replica, but an actual ancient Egyptian artifact. I remember playing scenarios in my head of how I could give it back without getting caught, but I couldn't see a way out of it. The museum became angrier, the assemblies grew more pressing, letters went home to all parents, and parents were called in of naughty children who could have possibly done it. Finally, everyone calmed down,
Yoink.
and they realized they weren't getting it back. I got away with it. The problem is I'm now 31, and I still have the figurine. I can't throw it away, it's thousands of years old. I can't give it back because I could be in unbelievable trouble. If I give it back now, it would look strange that it's turned up after all this time in the same town by someone who went to the same school. I've never told anyone about this figurine. No one else has ever seen it. I have no idea what I'll ever do with it. But that's my confession. Museum thief of an ancient artifact at 7 years old. Then, in an update, OP says that he did the right thing by returning the figurine to the museum anonymously. So I picked up a really important detail. OP says, the museum were looking for this figurine. And that's interesting because the museum were is something that British people would say. Americans would say the museum was. And that's kind of funny because the British Museum is notorious for having stolen a bunch of artifacts from other countries and then refusing to give them back to the home country. So, I'm not really advocating for this necessarily, but maybe stealing from the English Museum could be considered fair? You know, if the English stole this stuff from Egypt, do they really have a right to keep them in the first place? Down in the comments, we have this story from Marley Ghost. When I was in 10th grade, a state trooper came to our class to give us the drug talk. He passed around 2 joints so that we could look at them and smell them, presumably so that we would be able to recognize weed. It would be a funny story if only one of the joints came back to the front of the class, but that's not what happened. 3 came back. The state trooper was not pleased, and we got to sit there for an hour while
3
he
is
and the
crazy.
principal demanded that we rat out the culprit. Nope. Oh, I know what that kid did. The kid with the joint probably assumed that one of the other, snot-nosed little kids would have stolen the joint, in which case only one joint would have come back. So he's like, oh no, they're going to search all the kids, so I've got to turn in my joint too, just in case we get searched, which is actually surprisingly quick thinking for a 10th grader. Our next Reddit post is from Jal. My high school didn't allow phones or tablets to be on your person throughout the school day. Instead, they made us hand our devices in every morning and pick them up at the end of the school day. They provided us with these white, cushioned envelope bags to protect them, but really, they did nothing. Anyway, one morning, I was rushing to catch the bus, and on the way out of my bedroom, I decided to throw my iPad on my bed. But it bounced off, landing face down on the slate tiles. I knew straight away that it smashed from the sound. I stood there cursing myself until I had an idea. I grabbed my phone bag, put the broken iPad and shattered glass in it, and took it to school. I handed it in, acting nonchalant about it, and when it came time to pick it up in the afternoon, I put my best shocked, sad face on as I opened the bag. I went to the nearest teacher and told her that I found my iPad broken. She took me to the office and eventually to the principal. At first, she seemed suspicious about the entire thing, but when my dad, a 25-year Army veteran, came to pick me up, he gave her and the entire admin staff a spraying. The school originally agreed to pay for it to be repaired, but when that couldn't be done, the school agreed to buy a replacement model. But the thing is, that iPad was a second-generation model and it was 2014, so I ended up getting a brand new model instead. I never admitted this to anyone in school out of fear that it would eventually lead to the principal finding out. Also, OP clarifies that the teacher didn't pay for this, the school did. That was r/confessions. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Okay. Yay! The middle strands are all done. What? 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 Harassing Olive. Hi, Winter. Welcome in. Okay.
Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where OP's scummy family wants a cut of her $2 million lottery winnings.
Jesus.
Our next post is an update to a post that I did a couple of weeks ago. As a quick recap, in the original post, OP is a homeowner and this random pregnant lady knocks on his door and asks to give birth in his bedroom because this was the house that she was born in, so she wants to give birth to her baby here too.
I remember this
about
story.
3 weeks later, OP posts an update. Last week, Friday, at about 1:30, I get a knock and a heavy pounding at my door. I go to answer, wondering just who the hell would be visiting me in the middle of the night, when I see a familiar face at the door. It's the pregnant woman with her husband or boyfriend or partner, I don't know what, and 2 women who I assume are midwives. From what I gather, the pregnant lady went into labor earlier that day and was hoping that I changed my mind, and I haven't, and I asked them all to leave. The woman starts having either a breakdown or a contraction or something, because she just starts screaming in my driveway. One of the other... Sorry, this is ridiculous. One of the other women in the group explains to me that they drove 4 hours to get there, and if I wouldn't mind setting them up, she tells me that the pregnant lady told them that she had arranged for this house and that she was nearly ready to push. From what I understood, the pregnant lady had lied to her midwife about me agreeing to this, and essentially tried to trick her into forcing me into letting this happen in my house. I tell her a firm no, and that, if needed, there's a hospital only 5 minutes away from where I live. And I ask them all to leave. The woman starts screaming and crying about how I'm ruining this for her, but between me
Bro.
closing and locking the door, her partner, and her midwives, she gets back into her van and drives off. After they all left, I did call the police non-emergency line and update them on what's going on, and I gave them the footage of the previous incident and the latest video that I have of the incident. I'm really hoping that now that she's giving birth, she'll leave me alone. Either way, in addition to my Ring camera, I've asked my neighbors to keep an eye out and call me if anything happens while I'm at work. I also got deadbolts to install for all my exterior doors. Am I the butthole for accepting cake
Jesus.
at my friend's birthday party? And yeah, I realize this title is super boring sounding, but hey, it's got 12,000 upvotes, so it's gotta be good. I'm a 41-year-old man, and I was at a friend's birthday party on the weekend just past. There were 9 of us at the party, including the birthday boy. Amy, who's 30, was one of the guests, and she baked a cake for the birthday boy. After the relevant party traditions of singing the birthday song and the hip hip hurraying that happens after the birthday song here in Australia, I went back to talking to one of my friends when Amy came up to me and the other friend with 2 plates of cake, and she offered them to my friend and I. We both said yes, thanked her, and then she made a really odd face and walked away. My friend and I both said, "That was weird," and went back to chatting. I ate some of the cake and it had coconut inside, which I don't particularly like. So after a couple of bites, I ignored it and then chucked it out when the party ended about an hour or so later. 45 minutes ago, Steven, who's Amy's partner, sent me a series of angry texts at 8 a.m. on a Monday morning, saying how Amy spent last night crying about how she didn't get to eat any of her cake and that I took a slice of it only to throw it away and deprive her of her own cake. And that she only cut 8 slices since she knows that I don't like coconut, but I took her slice and threw it away to spite her. I replied, why did she even offer me any cake if she knew there was coconut inside? Steven said that she did it to be polite and to not leave me out, and that I was a butthole for taking her slice and throwing it away. I forwarded the message to my other friends that were there, and most of them have left me on red so far, except for one who responded with a thumbs down emoji. The fact that no one's responding is making me worry that I might have been the butthole here. Amy is 30
not
years
your
old,
fault.
you guys, a grown adult. I would expect this behavior out of 8-year-olds, because an 8-year-old wouldn't have the foresight to think, there's 9 people, maybe I should cut the cake so there's at least 9 slices and not 8 slices.
Yeah.
She cried. She spent all night crying, up at 3 a.m. Oh, boo, hoo, hoo, hoo. He stole my slice of cake. Yo, what is she, a child? And why is it on you to give her your slice of cake? What about Steven, her partner? So this guy, this boyfriend was just, nom nom. Oh, I'm sorry you didn't get any cake, sweetie. Nom nom. That really sucks. Nom. Yo, who are these people? These people are all goofy. So I'm giving Amy 1 out of 5 buttholes. Her behavior is more weird than it is butthole-ish. And OP, I'm giving you 5 out of 5 buttholes for throwing away coconut cake because coconut cake is the most delicious dessert that has ever been created by mankind.
Lies. Coconut
Okay.
sucks.
All right, down in the comments, Admirable Cost says, if Amy at her age is crying all night for a piece of cake, she needs to see a psychiatrist urgently. And OP replies, ironically, her boyfriend Steven is a psychiatrist.
Oh my God.
Am I the butthole for telling my dad's parents that I don't want them at my graduation when they said I wasn't their real?
Them's fighting words. You can fight me, Gray. Coconut sucks. It's good as like a side flavor in something, but nah. Mint is the good flavor. Mint's where it's at. Peanut butter, you know what's really good? Chantilly cakes. Dude, I can fuck up a chantilly.
Real grandson? I'm an 18-year-old guy, and in November, my dad's parents and my mom got into an argument because my grandparents said they decided to start a college fund for my 11-year-old brother. It wasn't even brought up. My grandparents decided to just share this information on their own. My mom was confused since they mentioned it out of the blue.
Joke's on you, Gray. I know how to climb. Climbing is like one of my favorite things to do. So, ha.
But thanked them. She asked them why they decided to make one now and why they brought it up. They said something about wanting to do it for their grandson and making sure he's set so that he doesn't have to worry about paying for college. My mom then asked if they had started one for me, and they said that I wasn't their real grandson. So the answer was no, and they didn't have one for me. They added something about how I would get something else and accused my mom of expecting too much. For context, my dad adopted me when I was 5. He started dating my mom when I was 2. I don't know my biological father personally, but I know of him.
Hamster cage. Excuse me. I'm not that small. Give me at least like a ferret cage. At the least. Give me a ferret cage.
He died when I was 3, and my mom told me that he wasn't a good person and was in and out of jail. My dad is the only dad I've ever known, and I always thought that his parents accepted me. But hearing them basically say that I wasn't their real grandson hurt. It wasn't even about the money. It was the fact that I was excluded and realizing the only reason why was because I wasn't my dad's biological son. This argument happened right in front of me and my brother. Jesus, right in front of me and my brother. Just a few days before Thanksgiving. Since then, I viewed my dad's parents differently and tried to keep my distance from them. They eventually apologized for saying that I wasn't their real grandson, but only because my dad basically forced them to. Over time, I realized that I didn't really care anymore, that I just loved them more than they loved me. School's almost back in, and I take senior pictures soon. My dad's parents were over for Christmas, and my parents brought up me taking pictures. That led to my dad's parents talking about how excited they were to see me graduate and how they couldn't wait. This confused me. It honestly did, because a month ago, they basically told me that I wasn't their real grandson, and now they're excited to see their grandson graduate. I told my grandparents that they weren't coming and that I didn't want them there. Of course, this shocked my parents and my dad's parents. They asked why, and I told them that I remember them saying that I wasn't their real grandson. So it doesn't make sense for them to want to come to my graduation when they have no ties to me. My dad looked upset, and his parents were too. My grandparents basically said that I should move on since they already apologized and meant no harm. I told them that when they apologized, it was only because my dad told them to. After that, it got awkward. This happened during Christmas, and I haven't seen them since. My dad told me they're hurt by what I said, and I should apologize and let them know that I didn't mean it, and I'd still like them to come. I told him I meant what I said.
Olive crawled into my lap, saw the little chikorita on my wire, and immediately started trying to chew on it. In my lap! Girl, the audacity of this kitten.
Said, and that I don't want them there. It's not like I can stop them from coming anyway, but I'd prefer if they didn't since they have no reason to be there. He says their feelings are hurt. It's honestly embarrassing to think.
Oh, my feelings are hurt because I alienated my grandchild, and now it's my fault. It's not my fault that I did it. That sounds like my mom's parents. Because they sat there and told my mom they wanted nothing to do with her after their last falling out. And my mom was like, you know what? I'm done with you guys doing this shit. So we're done. Like, for real. We're, like, permanently done. And now, like, 2-3 years later, they're still being like... Because I saw contact with them. They're like, I wish she would just put, like... People say things they don't always mean. And I wish she would just put it aside and learn to forgive and forget, because God forgives and forgets, and and I'm like, nah, man, y'all ruined it. Y'all did that to yourself. So, no. My mom will ask about them every now and again, only to know if they're still alive, and that's it. I'll tell her that, like, they say they want to talk to her and they miss their great grandchildren and they want to see their great grandchildren. She's like, well, that sucks for them. Because they're narcissists. Olive. Did you just eat that feather? Olive. I just see her chewing really hard on the tip of a feather toy. And she like swallowed. Dude, this cat's gonna kill herself. I swear to God. But yeah, my mom does have the right mindset. Yep, we do love these idiots. I'm gonna go use the bathroom so I can like stretch out my legs really quick. I will be right back. I return with a handful of gummy bears. Okay. I did survive. My asshole did not. TMI with Juniper. Gray, that sounds so wrong. Also, I don't know why my chat stopped working. Hold on, let me... Because the chat doesn't pop up on the screen like it used to. And I keep meaning to look into that. It should have been this one. Oh. I think I deleted the one I'd been using. Yeah. That's why it hasn't been showing up. Because I had what, like, I have one that's favorited. So I thought that was the one that I've been using, but apparently not. So that's why that stopped working. Okay. Hold on. It has to be through a third party specifically for OBS. Let me see. Looks like I can customize it with Mix It Up. Let's see. okay, I can actually edit the CSS on Mix It Up. So that's good because I'm going to be. Excuse me, sir. Um, we're going to be buying a custom chat for the future. Yes. The price for it. Where are they? It's gonna be only $83 for it, which is actually a really fucking stellar of a price. Which also, I think I said it, but I did pay half of Kagoogle's of my payment to Kagoogle. I need to edit that to half paid. Yippee! Yahoo! Yeah. Oh, so yourself. Okay. Oh, it's probably because I have the desktop audio muted right now. Because I'm watching a little video to set up the OBS chat really quick. Okay. Gonna be a browser source. Chat new. Okay. We need to go back up here. And we're gonna copy this. This in. Okay. Oh. That sure is a color. Hmm. Okay. Test it. Okay. Well, it's working, so that's good. Um. Okay. I don't need that video anymore. Can I make this transparent? I type transparent and save. Yeah. Test. Cool. Okay. And I don't want a border color. Transparent. Save. Okay. I want to bold it. Okay. Test again. We testing. There we go. Okay. So it's minor. It's small. Um, it will do what we need it to do for now, at the very least. Um, you sharded. Wonderful. Oh, okay. I might have to keep a background. Well, no, I shouldn't need one. Hold on. I still have that other thing I can use. Hold on. I still have. Ooh, I should still have the chat bubble that I can use. Chat bubble. Yeah. I'll shrink it down a little bit. There we go. Put that over it. Test. There we go. It's not the best, but it will do for now until we get uh new stuff in the future. Yippee! And it shows a little icon. That's so cute. Okay, Mix It Up is gonna be great. Now I just need to figure out uh if Hydra can use Mix It Up to do the little image thingy, like over top of it. Okay. Yay! Now we have chat on screen again. Because I saw somebody make a post the other day where they were like, um, make sure you like y'all really need to have like chat on the screen so that when I'm rewatching like videos, I know like what chat you're responding to, especially if it's not like if it's like a backup, like how I back up my streams to YouTube. Um, because like if you don't know like who the streamer's talking to and you don't see a chat, it's kind of just like phantom talking, which I get that. So I was like, I really need to get that fixed. Yeah. You can see it on stream again. Yippee! Okay. Let's continue the videos and the rigging.
Think that they've been my grandparents my whole life, only to find out they didn't even think of me as their grandson. My mom says she agrees with me, but thinks I should consider my dad's feelings since this puts him in a hard position and he wants everyone to be family. I'm not trying to hurt my dad, but I just don't want his parents at my graduation when I just found out they didn't accept me. Your grandparents not accepting you is bad enough as it is. Actually verbalizing it and showing it in action by showing preference to your younger brother is worse. Verbalizing it in front of you, to your face, and telling you in person, hey, I don't see you as my grandson, is one of the worst things you can do to a kid. So screw them. Why are you supposed to care about the feelings of these random people who have no ties to you? OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your grandparents, if you can even call them that, 3.5 out of 5. Am I the butthole for refusing to give my lottery winnings to my family after they excluded me from a family trip? I'm a 28-year-old woman, and I come from a family of 5. My parents, my 2 siblings, a 30-year-old brother and 25-year-old sister, and me. Growing up, I was always the black sheep. My siblings were the golden children, and while I wasn't outright ignored, I definitely got the short end of the stick. A few months ago, my family planned a big overseas trip. I found out through my sister's Instagram posts, not from them directly. When I asked why I wasn't included, my mom said, "We didn't think you'd want to come, and besides, we're tight on budget." It hurt, but I let it go. Fast forward to a month ago. I bought a lottery ticket on a whim and ended up winning a life-changing amount, over $2 million. I decided to use the money wisely, paid off debts, invested, and set aside some for fun. I didn't tell my family right away because I didn't want them to treat me differently. Well, word got out after I bought a new car, and now they're furious that I didn't offer to share the wealth. My mom said that it's selfish to keep all that money to myself when they're struggling, which is news to me given the vacation. My sister hinted that I should pay off her student loans, and my brother outright asked me to buy him a house. I calmly explained that I wasn't obligated to share just because we're related, especially given how they've treated me in the past. I mentioned the trip as an example of how I've been excluded. My dad said, "That was different. This is family money." Now they're calling me an ungrateful brat and saying I'm ruining the family dynamic. Am I the butthole for standing my ground and not giving them any money? OP, even if they did include you on the trip, you would still be justified in not giving any money because it's your money. If you don't want to give it, then that's your prerogative. But on top of that, they're still scumbags anyways, and they're total hypocrites. So you shouldn't even feel bad about keeping the money to yourself. Enjoy the rest of your life, OP. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your family 1.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for losing my cool and screaming at my girlfriend to get out of my house after what her stepbrother did? My girlfriend was over at my place 2 days ago. We're both 20. She has a stepbrother who's 23. Before this, I'd only met him a few times, and he seemed like a regular dude. My girlfriend asked if it was okay for her stepbrother to come over for a couple of hours. I said why not. He said that he would get booze and pizza, and my parents were away visiting relatives for the weekend, so I figured we could shoot the shit. I have a little sister who's 15. Uh-oh. They came over, and she stayed up in her room the entire time. We were all a bit tipsy, and my girlfriend's stepbrother asked if he could use the washroom. I pointed him to the one down the hall. My girlfriend and I were preoccupied and didn't even realize how much time he was taking until we heard raised voices upstairs. We immediately went to check what was going on and found my sister crying. This dude had gone upstairs instead of using the washroom. My sister's door had been ajar, so he apparently walked into her room. She was shocked and was trying to stay calm, but he wasn't leaving. He was trying to chat her up. She told him to get the hell out, and he closed the door behind him instead, which is why she started freaking out. She tried to get past him to open the door, and he grabbed her, but she managed to open it anyway. I'd reached the landing by then, so he backed off. Obviously, I was super effing pissed. There was a lot of screaming going on, lots of accusations. We were all drunk except for my sister. After getting the story from her, my girlfriend's stepbrother was stuttering and deflecting. I'm pretty sure I threatened violence at some point. My girlfriend was trying to be the mediator. She said I had to calm down and couldn't fly off the handle based on word of mouth. But
Girl,
I
what?
was there. I saw my sister crying in panic. I know what she's like, and I know she wouldn't lie about something like this. Why would she? I told her stepbrother to get out of my house. My girlfriend kept saying that we could sort this out and have a proper conversation, but I didn't see what conversation there was to be had. Eventually, she said, "What if my sister was lying in front of my sister's face?" I asked her what on earth would make her lie like that, and she said she's a kid and could be making it up for attention.
Girl,
so I
what?
lost my cool. I told her to get the hell
Break
out,
up
and
with her.
afterwards she kept calling me, but I ignored everything. The dust has settled a bit. I went over everything again with my little sister. She promised me that it happened the way she was telling me. She told me she was scared that he was going to sexually assault her. My girlfriend texted me this morning saying I shouldn't have raised my voice like that and that I scared her. I thought about
Girl, shut the
apologizing
fuck
then,
up.
but she still hasn't said a word about apologizing to my sister or addressing the issue with her stepbrother. I only replied that we had to talk, and she said there's nothing to talk about. There's no hard proof, in her words. And the stepbrother ended up doing nothing, so she told me that she would deal with him, and I should drop it. I don't know if I'm the butthole
Girl,
for the way I
what?
handled this. Maybe if cooler heads prevailed, this silent treatment wouldn't have happened, and we could have discussed everything. I don't know what to
Hell
do from now
no.
on either. I love that girl. I don't want us to be over, so I want some advice on where to go from here too. Alright, OP's posted an update, and I hope to hell that he dumped her, because this whole family is looking pretty toxic here. The update is 1 day later. My girlfriend asked me yesterday if we could talk in person. I agreed, and we met at a public park. She showed up looking on the verge of tears. She let me speak and was silent for a long time before she said that she was sorry for the way that she reacted. She told me that she had been drunk and panicked and hadn't been thinking clearly, and she was trying to stop it from becoming a fight. We discussed her stepbrother. She told me he has a weird streak and acts oddly sometimes. She told me he genuinely could have made a mistake and didn't mean any harm. I asked why he went upstairs in the first place and why he had shut himself in the room with my sister on finding out that he was in the wrong room. No answer. I asked how she was so sure that he had no perverted intentions. No answer. Some commenter suggested that the stepbrother might have had a history and even might have done something to her. I didn't outright say it, but I was implying it. I kept saying, what if he had gone further? What if he's assaulted someone before and you don't know about it? I asked if there had been incidents like this before, and if so, how could she possibly downplay what happened? She didn't have anything to say, but again, at that point, she was so choked up to speak properly, so I don't think she could have answered even if she wanted to. Anyways, I wasn't there to listen to excuses or justifications, and I told her that. She asked me if we were over, and I said the only way we could move forward is if she apologized to my little sister and stopped all contact with her stepbrother. I just don't see a scenario where my sister feels comfortable around him again. She told me she didn't want to lose me, but she couldn't do what I asked from her. So I told her, yeah, we're done. Also, my parents came back. My sister asked me to speak to them on her behalf, and I told them everything. My dad gave me a lot of flack, rightfully so. He says that he wants to speak to my ex's parents about this and let them know what their son did. The police are here, and they're about as useful as tits on a bowl, but we discussed it, and we're going to file a report. I doubt it'll go anywhere, but at least it's recorded in the system. My sister is doing better. She was really shaking up, and she asked if she could sleep in my parents' room or my room for a bit. We'll probably arrange a therapy or counseling session for her, and let her decide if she wants to continue. I'm gonna take her bowling, and then we'll get food. Just the two of us, so I can also apologize on my part. I feel upset. I feel guilty, actually. I trusted my ex, and me being naive put my little sister in danger. I've always thought that I was a responsible person, and this happening when I was supposed to be in charge messed me up. OP, I'm so relieved to see that you dumped this girl.
Yeah.
Because how do you even excuse that behavior? You walk into a 15-year-old girl's house, she tells you to leave, and instead you close the door behind you? Revolting behavior. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving this creepy guy 4 out of 5 buttholes and your ex 2.5 out of 5 buttholes.
That was r/Am I the Butthole, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Hold on. I'll update it in a second. Nope. What?
Look, you
Wait.
Welcome to r/malicious compliance, where a guy messes with the wrong U.S. military veteran. Our next Reddit post is from Paper Mew. Junior year of high school, I had a real knob of a math teacher, Mr. Kramer. He was always picking on students and lived to fail people. I had an A in the class come interim report time, and he demanded everyone get it signed by their parents and returned. Usually, this was reserved for folks with grade C or lower. I didn't bring it home to have it signed. Mr. Kramer spent 20 minutes of class time having each of us call our parents in front of the class who failed to comply. I was last, and all the other students with failing grades were fussing and sucking their teeth. I, however, couldn't wait. My mom has little patience for BS. When it was my turn, I call my retired lieutenant colonel mother, who at the time was working as a middle school teacher in the middle of her robotics class. She was so worried I was calling because at the time I was having a lot of health issues and had regular standing appointments on base to get injections every single day. I tell my mom that Mr. Kramer asked me to call because I didn't have my interim report signed. Thinking I was failing, she demanded to know my grade. I tell her I have an A in the class. At this point, she politely requests that I hand the phone to Mr. K. He has this smug look and just stares at me, thinking that I just got in trouble. Quickly, he turns around and everyone can hear her barking at him for wasting her time enacting useless policies. And how dare he waste valuable class time as one teacher to another. He's quietly mumbling, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am." Then he hangs up the phone and resumes class. I was never asked to call my parents again in his class. Down in the comments, we have this story from Zizogetin. My father was a captain in the U.S. Navy. He fought in Vietnam and had thousands of men and women under his command. Yet, I've never seen his war face, except once. I was on a Boy Scout trip to the Blue Ridge Mountains, 4 hours away. As we were breaking camp, my buddy John and I decided to go up to the scenic view one last time, which was just 3 minutes up a hill. When we came back, everyone was gone. At first we thought, oh no, we're lost in the woods, and then remembered that there's a ranger station about 2 miles down. We hiked there and asked to borrow the phone to make a collect long-distance call. I get my dad on the line, explain the situation, and he tells me to give the phone to the ranger, and the ranger gives him directions to where we are. It was a long 4-hour wait, and an even longer ride home, almost completely silent. About 10 minutes from home, my dad pulls over and makes a call on a payphone to my scoutmaster and tells him to meet us at the church parking lot where the scouts meet. We get there, and our scoutmaster, Mr. Frost, was waiting. My dad says, "Stay in the van." John and I just nod. Mr. Frost stands there with his hands up in an "okay, let me explain" pose, and my dad cuts him off. I have never seen one grown man so thoroughly dress down another grown man in my life. The most terrifying part was my father never raised his voice. Something in my dad just shifted, and suddenly he was a goddamn commanding officer of a United States naval base, telling some poor nobody that his level of screw-up from the true course of rectitude had been noted, and it had angered the powers on high.
Their very avatar stood now in the body of my father, addressing that scoutmaster with cool, calculated, righteous anger that had not the barest hint, but really just the implication, of focused, controlled, murderous rage underneath. Mr. Frost was not a military man, but you could watch his very attitude melt into pure submission. My dad got back in the van and took John home. Then, he and I are alone in the car for the 10 minutes it took to get from John's house to ours. I asked him, "Dad, are you mad at me?" He said, "No, you did something stupid, but Mr. Frost's job is to protect you from that. I will say this though, learn from this and don't do it again." Message received. When I became a scoutmaster years later, you better effing believe I counted my kids twice before a single car rolled out. Never lost one kid. Our next Reddit post is from No Exchange. Back in the mid-2010s, I had my phone insured through a premium bank account. The deal was simple. Pay a fixed amount and they'd either repair or replace your phone. The amount that I paid was the same whether it was a cracked screen or a full replacement, so it seemed like a solid arrangement. One day, I cracked my phone screen. It still worked fine and I had a holiday coming up, so I decided to wait until I got back to file a claim. When I finally called the insurance company, the representative asked when the damage had happened, so I told her honestly. That's where the trouble started. She explained that I had waited too long to report the damage, that there was a time limit for claims, around 10 days, and I'd missed it. I explained that the phone was still usable, and I'd needed it for my trip, but she wouldn't budge. Rules were rules, she said, and my claim was invalid. Her tone was borderline smug. Fine, I thought, let's try some preemptive malicious compliance. So, what should I do if the phone gets damaged further? You'd need to call us back and file a new claim, but make sure it's within the time frame. Got it. And I can't include the existing screen damage, right? Correct. The new claim would have to be for unrelated damage. She seemed oblivious to where this was going, so I pressed on. So, how likely is it that a cracked screen could lead to water damage? If water got in and fried the motherboard, you'd most likely have to replace the whole phone, right? There was a long pause. Then she said that she needed to speak to her supervisor. When she came back, her tone had changed. Suddenly, they were willing to overlook the missed time frame and process my original claim for the cracked screen. OP, I thought where you were going with this was you would just call back the next day and be like, "Whoops, I dropped my phone down a mountain and then a hammer landed on top of it. So could you just replace my phone, please? Thanks, bye." Our next Reddit post is from Homer Simpson. My department shares a downstairs bathroom with another department and 2 secretaries. The bathroom is 15 feet from one of the secretaries' desk and the customer service desk. When I started working there, I was told that the upstairs bathroom is the shitter and the downstairs bathroom is the pisser. I adhered to this important policy religiously. After 4 months, my boss pulled me aside about the downstairs bathroom. He asked if I was turning the water on when I was taking a piss, and I told him no. The secretary closest to the bathroom, Amanda, had complained that she could hear me pee and it made her uncomfortable. My boss asked me to turn the sink faucet on when I'm in there to appease Amanda. Today, I used the downstairs bathroom and turned the faucet on as requested. As I'm peeing, I felt gas pressure build up. I took the opportunity to push out the loudest and longest fart possible. It echoed like a bomb went off. After I finished, I clean up and walk out to see Amanda fuming. Within 3 minutes, my boss gets up to see her because she requested to talk to him. She complained about how she heard me fart and it was unacceptable in the office setting. My boss asked her, "Was the water running?" Amanda said, "Yeah, but..." My boss cut her off and said, "We're done here." He came back with a giant grin and gave me a high five. Our next Reddit post is from Really Tired. I work remotely for a small company of 100 employees, and based on my contract, I have to return to the office for a week 4 times a year. The last time I went back was in November. In the contract, it's laid out that my employer pays 100% of my hotel, gas, and airfare. Normally, this is an extremely uneventful routine. It's a mid-sized Midwestern city with not much to do. It is what it is. A few months before I went back up, we had our financial audit, and one thing that was pointed out to our accounting department was a lack of controls on purchasing. The The way it used to be was every manager and supervisor had a company credit card with a $1,500 balance, and as long as we stayed under that limit, we didn't have to do any kind of purchase orders. After our audit, my accounting team decided to make purchase orders 100% of their focus. Going forward, it doesn't matter what it was, what the situation was, if you didn't have an approved purchase order, you could not make the transaction. All this happened in early October as I was trying to book my hotel for my on-site week in November. So I put the purchase order in for the hotel and I don't hear anything back. I forget about it for a couple of weeks, then remember mid-October that I still don't have a hotel room booked. When I initially made the request, it was about $550 for 4 nights. This time, it was up to $700 for 4 nights. I send an email to my accounting folks that I need to book a hotel. Rates are going up, room availability is going down, yada yada. I get a tersely worded email back saying that everyone has different priorities and my purchase order will be addressed once the other ones before it are done. So I sit back and wait and keep checking every other day and keep seeing prices go up. I send a weekly email asking if it's approved yet, and I keep getting absolute silence back. Finally, a week before I'm supposed to leave, I email my accounting team with the CFO included saying that if I don't book a room that day, there wouldn't be any left, and I wouldn't be able to make it over there for the strategic planning work. About 30 minutes later, I get an email that says, "You're authorized to reserve a hotel for 4 nights. Cool, I book it. That $550 room is now $1,200. I book it
Jesus.
and move on with my life, and I don't think anything of it. Last week, I got around to uploading my credit card receipts and submitted my expense report, which included that $1,200 hotel stay. I got a call from my CFO today, just exploding on me, furious about where the hell did I stay that cost that much, and what was I thinking? I very calmly just forwarded the original purchase order and all the emails I sent saying that prices were raising. I heard dead silence on the phone as he read through the email chains and just said, "For F's sake," and hung up. At the end of the day, all the supervisors got an email that the purchase order system was being shut down until they could figure out how to manage it better. Our next Reddit post is from PM Your Left Nipple. I was a system administrator for a big telecommunications company in one smaller department. There were 2 admins, me and James. James was awesome, super intelligent, very friendly, and was great at his job. He and I decided that I would come in early and he would stay late, so there was more coverage during the day. It worked great for both of us, for a few years. I would get to work around 6:30 a.m., do my job, and then
What was the username? Hold on.
administrator for a big telecommunications company and sent saying that prices were raising. I heard dead silence on the phone as he read through the email chains and just said, "For F's sake," and hung up. At the end of the day, all the supervisors got an email that the purchase order system was being shut down until they could figure out how to manage it better. Our next Reddit post is from PM Your Left Nipple. I was a system administrator for a big telecommunications company in one smaller department.
I missed it again. Hold on.
I was a system administrator for a big order system was being shut down until they could figure out how to manage it better. Our next Reddit post is from PM Your Left Nipple.
I don't always hear the usernames. So I would not have caught that had you not said anything. PM Your Left Nipple.
I was a system administrator for a big telecommunications company in one smaller department. There were 2 admins, me and James. James was awesome, super intelligent, very friendly, and was great at his job. He and I decided that I would come in early and he would stay late, so there was more coverage during the day. It worked great for both of us, for a few years. I would get to work around 6:30 a.m., do my job, and then after 9 hours, I would go home around 4:30 every day. James would show up around 10:30 and would usually be the last person to leave around 7. My old boss left, and my new boss, Tom, was a major idiot and a huge butthole. He knew nothing about IT and should have never been put in charge of people. He was a nepotism hire. After about 6 months of Tom working there, he brought me into his office. He said he was very concerned about how I would just up and leave every day at 4:30, so consistent that you could set your watch to it. I tried to explain that I'm here early at 6:30, 3 hours before he showed up, and 4 hours before James showed up, but Tom was having none of that. I was leaving way too early. I asked him what my hour should be. He said that I should be more like James.
Oh, I don't need to rig this actually. Is it this is just a piece that like why is it locked? What do you mean locked? What do you mean it's locked? The fuck? Default value is locked. What do you mean default value is locked? Nothing's locked. What? Source image default value is locked. What do you the fuck are you talking about? What did I do? Okay, well, let's save this really quick. I somehow locked all of the images? What? Shut up. Shut up. What did I do? You mean it's locked? It shouldn't be locked. What did I do? Bro, I'm so fucking confused. What? Pressing like the undo button's not doing anything. That's just yeah, that's not doing anything. Help. What did I do? Okay. Oh, okay, hold on. We're gonna just restart Live2D. When in doubt, restart. I did break it. Okay. No. Source image default value is blocked. What the fuck does that mean? I'm definitely not the first person who's done it. It was like one of the first searches I could get. Palette menu icon, 3 little bars. Oh. I somehow clicked this, I guess, trying to click reset, and I didn't catch that I clicked lock default form, and so that's what it was. It's something so simple, yet so terrifying. Don't laugh at me, Gray. Stop! Leave me alone. Thanks, Gray. Thanks, Winter. Okay. As I was saying, though, before I almost fucked up everything, I don't really need to rig this because this is just like the backing essentially. I don't know. I might need to. I'll rig everything else around it first and then see if I need to rig it. But as it stands, this is more just like a filler, essentially.
James is usually here long after
Okay.
everyone leaves. Once again, I tried to point out that James gets here late, 4 hours after me.
Stupid Town?
Thanks, Gray. Thanks, Gray. I was so confused. I was like, do I have another video playing right now? What's going on? You used the fucking Tangia worth every penny. Oh my god. Stinky Gray. Stinky Gray. You're welcome. You're welcome. I figured out how to put the Tangia shit on here.
And leaves after an 8.5-hour day. Tom just couldn't comprehend that. So I complied. I told him that I would be the last one to leave from now on. Tom was happy. So I came to work at about 10:15 the next morning, which was a Friday. I started my normal routine, and about 10 minutes later, James came in. We worked the day, and then we both left at around 6:45, and I made sure that James left the building before me. The following Monday, I once again showed up at 10:15. This time, there were about a dozen emails and a few voicemails from managers and executives all over the company wanting to know why they haven't received their daily reports. I explained to them that my hours have changed and they'd be getting their daily reports by 1 p.m. One of those executives was my boss's boss's boss. Before the end of the day, I was in this boss's boss's boss office with Tom and Tom's boss. I explained to this big boss the same situation I'd explained to Tom before all this started. She immediately told Tom that the work I did between 6:30 and 10:30 was mission critical to the entire company, and I was to immediately go back to my old schedule. I then sheepishly pointed out that me and James were working slightly over 8 hours a day. So starting the next day and every day after, I showed up early, did my work, and smiled and waved at Tom when I went home at 3:30 in the afternoon. So consistent, you could set your watch by it. Our next Reddit post is from 50 Mini Questions. I'm a high school English teacher. I have two major annoyances when it comes to kids doing work. First, a lot of kids don't read or listen to directions. Assignment instructions are written on their papers, and I read them out loud, but I still have students asking me, "What are we doing?" That's no big deal though. It's a pretty normal thing to deal with as a teacher. The real issue bugging me is students cheating on writing assignments using ChatGPT. I'm pretty good at spotting AI-generated essays, but the problem is that when I try to accuse students of using AI, they deny it. They act outraged that I would accuse them even though we both know they're playing dumb. I usually just give them a 0 and move on with my life, but there's always the fear that one of them might take the issue to administration. If they did, I'm confident that admin would back me up. It's hard to prove that something is AI generated, and these days, higher-ups are more likely to side with the students. So, I hatched a plan. I gave an open-ended creative writing assignment. The directions said to write a story about anything you want, and then answer some questions about the story you wrote. The thing is, when you ask ChatGPT to tell me a story, it always spits out the exact same story about a girl named Alara who lived in the woods. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there lived a young woman named Alara. She was known
just
throughout the
calling.
village for her curiosity.
She hung up immediately. Let me put on some music for you guys in the background while we call.
And sense of adventure, always eager to explore the world beyond the familiar paths of her home. In a slightly smaller print under the instructions, I wrote, "If your main character's name is Alara, you get negative 99 points. Lo and behold, I got 1 or 2 kids turn in a story about a girl named Alara who lives in the woods. When I turned back the papers with a grade of 1 out of 100, because I find that stings more than a 0, the kids predictably asked why. And all I had to do was point to the instructions that they didn't read. There was no need to mention AI. We both knew what they did. Down in the comments, we have this story from Squirrely Girly. When I was in college, I had an ethics professor catch a student cheating. This was way back before AI, but people could still find papers online. The student denied he cheated, but the professor showed him where he found it online and pointed to the name of the author. It was the professor. That was r/malicious compliance, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button.
she's gonna listen to some music for the rest of her drive home. Oh wait. Okay. Back to the stories. I need like a super soft cushion to sit on because my tailbone hurts. Yeah.
Welcome to r/best of Redditor updates, where OP's father tries to eat a panda. Our next Reddit post comes from r/relationship advice.
Bruh.
So, my dad has always been kind of a strange guy, but I never really noticed. I was used to it, and that's just who he is. He isn't mean, just doesn't talk much, very busy with work, and doesn't seem to be interested in anyone's life, that kind of thing. When I was a kid, gradually our relatives stopped visiting. My dad wasn't in contact with his family, but my mom's family used to be around a lot. Then they stopped coming. I remember hearing my mom fighting with her parents a couple of times. I gathered that they didn't like my dad. I haven't seen my cousins in years. We used to be close as kids. I was never one for social media, but recently I reactivated my Facebook and decided to look up some of my relatives on a whim. I messaged my 18-year-old girl cousin that I'm closest to, also my aunt, who's 40. My cousin didn't seem to know why we hadn't seen each other in so long, but my aunt said that I should ask my mom. My aunt said, "It's not the sort of thing that you should hear from me." Mind you, I'd always asked my mom before a few times. She always said that her family was too busy to visit. I was really confused, and we ended up having a long conversation yesterday. I insisted on a real answer. Now I'm horrified at what I found out. Her family got freaked out by my dad because a few years ago when they came for dinner, they found out that what he said was beef was actually kangaroo meat. My mom had specifically gone out of her way to make the meal herself because she knew that my dad had done this before. So she banned him from cooking, but he secretly swapped the meats during some point that she wasn't in the kitchen. She admitted to her
Bro.
family that he was consistently doing this to us. Yeah, now I know that I've eaten a ton of gross stuff that he had said was beef or chicken. And whenever I didn't like something, it's probably because it wasn't what he said it was. My mom told me that my dad has been obsessed with trying exotic meats for years. Now looking back, I remember times that I saw weird, unlabeled meat packages in the basement freezer. I just never thought to
Oh.
inspect them. She said that he spent thousands and thousands of dollars in getting them. They're rare and cost a lot, plus shipping costs, and paying off his contacts who pass information about where he can find whatever he's looking for. It's driven my parents to the verge of financial ruin multiple times. My mom also said they've nearly divorced a few times. I used to hear them fighting sometimes as a kid. Now I guess I know why. Some of the things he's had are weird to American standards, but I realize they might not be that weird other places. Kangaroo, horse, wolf, camel, shark fin soup. Some things are questionable, I guess, such as something called ortolan bunting. Okay, we gotta look this one up. All right, I looked up ortolan bunting. It is a small songbird that you eat whole. I mean, it's got its feathers and stuff removed, but you eat the entire bird whole. And apparently the way you're supposed to eat it is you're supposed to put a napkin over your head to hide your face from God while you eat it, because eating it is such a shameful act because it's like a cute little songbird. Okay.
The fuck?
And he's also into seafood that's eaten while still alive. Some of it is straight up illegal. Like, my mom once said that he killed and ate a bald eagle. He's obtained bushmeat, which is meat from African wildlife that's illegally imported here. This includes stuff like rats, monkeys, chimpanzee, apes, gorillas, pangolin, porcupines, civets, and giraffe. From what my mom knows, he bought these from some markets in New York City that sold it to immigrant communities. It became even worse with other exotic animals. He's gone so far as to travel to other countries specifically to hunt and get meat from particular animals. These have included zebra, cheetah, elephant, hippo, Bengal tiger, and rhino, which are endangered. He went somewhere in the Caribbean to hunt and eat dolphin. Brazil for anaconda. My mom says he's going on a trip next month to China, specifically to try to find a way of eating Chinese salamander and panda meat. These are both very endangered species. It's seriously illegal there to kill pandas. That's not something Chinese people actually eat, but he's determined to do it. Who hears of an endangered animal and thinks, aha, I want to eat that? What the hell? Oh, and he also wants to go to the Antarctic to hunt penguins and whatever else is there before the ice melts. My mom has to snoop on his laptop to keep an eye on what he's doing since he stopped talking about it. He knows she doesn't approve, but she can't do anything. They just pretend it's not happening. And she reads his emails with contacts whenever he mentions needing to go on a trip for work. She says that it sounds like these people are involved in foreign animal trade networks. He's very secretive. She has to deliberately wait for whenever he's in the bathroom with his computer logged in. She's been terrified for years that any day he's going to get arrested. They both rely on my dad's salary. My mom is disabled with a chronic illness and can't work, so would only have disability checks to get by on. There's more she didn't tell me because it wasn't appropriate and refused when I said that I could handle it. So I can only imagine what else he's done. I don't know what to do. My family is on the brink of falling apart, and I never knew. I will never look at my dad the same again. This is really disgusting to me. My mom can't divorce him because they rely on him. She won't talk to her family about it because they just tell her to divorce. I know she's very anxious, but I feel like I've almost lost respect for her because she knew the whole time and never at least warned me. I'm also pretty sure that she lied to me saying that we never had a cat when I was little. Oh no. Except I remember a cat, and I don't remember what happened to it. While now, I'm sick thinking that maybe my dad did something. My mom insisted that I was thinking of someone else's cat, but there's a photo of me as a little girl with that cat on my bed. I'm in college on the other side of the country, and I'm only home for a few days. My mom made me promise to never say a word to my dad because he'd kill me. This is all so messed up to me. I'm really worried about them and what they'll do if he's caught. And what the hell is wrong with him? Then, 1 month later, OP posted an update. And very relevant information here, the date of this update is February 2nd, 2020. And the very first cases of COVID happened in Wuhan, China, just 2 months before this post. Well, things are really messed up now. A couple of days after I posted, I went back to school, and a few days after that, my mom called me. She'd woken up to him gone and an email saying that he had to leave for China earlier than expected, citing some issues at his company. That's around when the virus was breaking out. He took off as soon as he got word that something was happening, in case it was going to prevent his trip, my mom thinks. But it gets worse, because apparently, with increased security there, something looked suspicious and he was detained last week. In China, during the outbreak. My mom has federal agents coming to interview her this Friday. They had a warrant to search their apartment. They didn't take anything because he had brought his electronics with him. She says that she was told they have reason to believe that he's involved in an international animal trafficking and poaching ring. My mom hasn't had any contact with him yet because whoever's holding him isn't granting it. We don't even know exactly where he is, if it was near Wuhan or in a prison or what. She was just told that she needed to cooperate and his safety was being handled. Obviously, there's probably a lot more that they're saying because it's a serious crime, and I imagine diplomatic relations are tense at this moment. But honestly, he put himself there. The Chinese authorities have every reason to arrest him. My mom has shared what she knows with the American agents. I told her to get a lawyer because who knows if even knowing about that stuff and not reporting it is a crime. My dad deserved this, but my mom had no part in what he was doing. If something happens to her, I don't know what's going to happen with my siblings. I'm really scared for my family and furious with my dad for doing this to us. Plus, Trump's travel ban means it's going to be way more difficult to work everything out, so he could be sitting there waiting for a trial for a long time. Even if they flew him back for a trial, he'll be in quarantine for 2 weeks. I feel like I'm watching my family's life collapse in slow motion. I'm seriously considering taking leave this semester and going home to try to help my mom. She's practically having a mental breakdown. She decided not to tell my siblings the real reason Dad is gone, so their imaginations are running wild. I've reached out to my aunt again, but she hasn't seen the message yet. So that's where we are now. Screwed. I didn't get a chance to take the advice on my last post about where to report him, but that turned out to not matter. Thank you for everyone who's wished the best for my family. We could really use it. Down in the comments, everyone is speculating that the mysterious worst thing that the dad also did is probably being a cannibal, either successfully or attempted, which I think is probably also pretty likely. Our next Reddit post is from r/agegap, which is a subreddit about relationships where there's a large age gap between the two people. I'm a 45-year-old guy, and my wife is 29, and I just found out that she's pregnant, but I had a vasectomy 10 years ago. I had a vasectomy during my first marriage. My ex and I had 3 kids, and we were done, so it just made sense. I got married last year after 3 years of dating. My wife has never given me any indication for me to believe that she's cheating. In fact, she's an extremely loyal, attentive spouse. To top it all off, I work from home. I literally don't know when she would have the time to have an affair unless she was doing it at work. We always have our locations on our iPhones, and I've noticed no secretive or suspicious behavior. Well, when we first found out she was pregnant, she was incredibly shocked, but ultimately very happy and said, in between tears, that she guessed the vasectomy failed. I've Googled it. We're looking at about a 1% probability that this could have happened. So basically, I have 2 choices. Ask my wife for a paternity test and either have my suspicions confirmed and my marriage over, or her trust in me is shattered. Or I say nothing and live with this gnawing suspicion until our child is born and I can quietly perform a paternity test. I am so torn up about this. My wife is already planning the nursery, and I'm still sitting here wondering if I should be hating her or myself. Then, 1 month later, OP posted an update. I took everyone's advice and got the vasectomy checked. Lo and behold, my doctor tells me that my sperm count is very low, but there are still sperm present. It explains why we've been having unprotected sex for years and never had a problem, but also why my wife is now pregnant. I was equal parts relieved and ashamed of myself. My wife is a wonderful person, and she shows me every single day how much I mean to her. And I suspected her of cheating before I suspected an issue with the vasectomy? I've thought about coming clean to my wife and telling her what I did, but on the other hand, she's so happy and excited. She's showing quite a bit now, and everywhere we go, people tell her that she's glowing. Our relationship is the best it's ever been, and I don't think it's right to burst her bubble to alleviate my own guilt. All I can do is be the best husband I can to her through this pregnancy and get ready to be a dad at the age of 46. Our next Reddit post is from r/relationships. When I was a freshman in college, a guy named Pete, who's 21, began harassing me to date him. I refused over and over again, and it ended with him ripping my shirt off at a party to try to touch my breasts. I filed a police report, and Pete was found guilty of assault. I have a 1,000-foot restraining order against Pete. Fast forward to this week, and my roommate Shelly needs a subletter to take over for her while she studies abroad for the summer. She didn't know that she was leaving until 2 weeks ago and has been looking for someone to take over since then. She found Pete on Craigslist and asked me if I approved.
I think my aunt was 45 when they adopted, because she couldn't have kids. So she's like a 55, 56-year-old mother right now. Like, meanwhile, my mom is like 47 with 27-year-old daughter and 3 grandkids. She wanted to be a young mom. Is she 47? Yeah, she's 47 because I'll be 28 this year. She was 19 when she had me.
Proved. I showed her my court documents, but Shelly claims she can't find anyone else to take over and I'll have to deal with it. We got into a heated argument and she just left the apartment. This morning,
Rude.
Shelly texted me that Pete would be moving his stuff into the apartment today. I called the police, but
You don't have any room to talk. As far as I know, you're older than me. Older than I am. I had a fucking stroke there, dude. What the fuck?
Pete hasn't showed up yet, so they can't do anything. Shelly also says that she'll be staying there for the remainder of the week. The lease says that she can move whoever she wants in without my permission, but there's still the issue of the restraining order. The landlord told me that it's between Shelly and me to figure out. We both have 1-year leases that expire in December with the same terms. In the comments, Shelly claims that Pete has already paid her for all 3 months in advance and that he signed a contract with her. I told her that her contract doesn't override my restraining order, but she basically just put her hands over her ears to drown out what I was saying. I plan on calling the cops the moment that I see his car pull up. Then, 5 days later, OP posted an update. After I made my
Shut
Reddit
up.
post, Shelly locked herself in her room for 3 hours. I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't come out of the room. She left her room to get food and just walked past me as if I didn't exist. Everyone who I called told me that until Pete actually showed up, no crime was being committed, so I couldn't report it until then. I just sat by the door and window watched for Pete's car. This continued until early Saturday morning when Shelly woke up for her morning jog. I was still on the lookout for Pete's car. I stayed up all night on the couch. Shelly tried to sneak out past me, but I woke up and blocked the door. I needed an explanation for why I was being forced to stay up all night waiting to call the police on Pete when she knew that I had a restraining order against him. Shelly's explanation was that the restraining order doesn't matter to her, that she's dealt with unreasonable people like me before, and that she's never listened to any restraining order before now, so why should she do that just for me? The more I listened, the sicker I felt. Shelly basically admitted to me that she's a grunt. I told Shelly that she's a real piece of work and that I was going to maintain my watch for Pete and that I was going to contemplate taking legal action. She told me that whether I liked it or not, she was done looking for subletters and that it was my problem. I told her to get out and to go for her jog, and she left and came back a bit later and locked herself in her room again. Sometime around noon, I had accidentally fallen asleep because I had been awake.
When I come in, it's like the perfect tip inside.
Yeah.
Here's it's
Half
not really,
of what you made
it's
me.
not really a slushy at this point. It's kind of like liquid. Very strawberry. The lemon tree likes it. It's fucking freaking out.
Yeah.
There's a billion buds. It thinks it's springtime.
It feels like springtime.
For long.
Not for long.
Not for long, bud. I'm so sweaty. That place is
Yeah. I took one this morning because my hair felt nasty. Looked so nasty. Look. Yeah. I needed to shower. My hair looked so gross when I got up this morning. I love you. I love you. Don't put stinky on me, Gray. I showered. If anyone's stinky, it's Hydra.
Awake for like 36 hours at that point. I woke up and saw Pete helping Shelly move her stuff into her car. I didn't see him in the apartment, but he was helping her in the parking lot. I immediately locked them both out and called the cops. Shelly and Pete came to the door again, and when Pete saw that it was locked, and when he saw me watching from the window, he blew up at Shelly. He started to ask her why I was in the apartment and why Shelly didn't tell him that I was the roommate. He demanded his money back, and I could hear them screaming at each other through the door. The cops showed up and handcuffed Pete and Shelly. I told them my story, and Pete said that he had text messages and emails to back himself up. The cops checked his phone, saw text from Shelly saying along the lines that her roommate would.
Am I stinky?
I said you are stinky.
Why am I stinky? Are you gonna make me stinky?
Oh, okay. Well, fuck me, I guess.
No, go back. No, no, stop. Ah, no, stop it. No, you're so stinky. Oh, I can smell them. Ah, stop.
Did I punch your eye?
No, you dropped your glasses.
It's
though.
okay.
No, no. Ah! You're pulling my hair, woman. Stop it. Stop it. No. Stinky assault. Stinky. Yes, Gray, it is a very stinky assault. Stop it. No, go shower.
Oh,
Go shower, Stinky.
you're stinky.
You're stinky. I don't know. I felt them drop. No, because I haven't moved. I'm sure.
Under your giant ass.
Pulling hair on stream. Lewd. It is very lewd. I don't know what the fuck. Ma'am.
My glasses are gone.
My glasses.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch.
Oh my god, woman. Stop it.
Where are they?
I don't
What the
know.
fuck? Get up!
You're not.
You were sitting on them!
What the fuck? How did they get up?
I don't know!
Because I didn't even move. Ma'am! Oh no. There you go. It's her screen time. That sounds so gross.
It makes...
It makes.
How close can I get to the camera? I can't see it when I'm making eye contact with it because it moves my eyes. Oh, is that thing also following?
Yeah. She just doesn't have the cheek puff parameter.
I can tell, but it's so funny.
And she does have a tongue out that I need to make eventually.
Hello? Oh, it's lobster. I'm like, there's something wet touching me.
It is Hydra.
How can you tell?
Tinky.
Someone played a metal pipe, but I didn't hear it.
Yeah, because the headphones are sitting on the table.
That's okay. I can fix that.
What are you doing? I'm not in a Discord call, so you can't play it.
Ow! What do you mean? I have access to the internet. There you go.
You're welcome. Okay. Ma'am. He's staring at you.
How do you feel about this lobster?
Hi, Winter. You came back to have your playing a video of metal pipes.
Oh man.
Jesus Christ. God. Fuck.
Lobster.
Okay.
Lobster. Lobster. Oh, you're so cute. You're such a cute little boy. You're such a cute little boy. You're such a handsome little boy. Why are you sniffing my finger like that? What does it smell like, dude? Oh. Can lobster be picked up by it?
Probably not.
Does he have a face?
It kind of.
Hey,
It's
look!
trying. Oh, wait, no, it picked me up.
Move! I'm trying to make your cat a VTuber.
I don't think it's gonna work.
No. Is he not cute enough?
He doesn't have a human enough face.
He's not anime girl enough?
He's not.
Wait, but guess who has huge eyes? The other one. Here, carry that.
Carry that.
Okay. You have huge anime eyes. Maybe it'll pick you up. No. No.
Lobster and Cora just sniffed each other. Cora reached out her head first to sniff him.
Oh.
And they just sniffed. And she didn't get angry.
Well, if Cora's in such a giving mood.
Oh, no. Immediately just
starts the motor.
Revs the engine.
Doesn't even hesitate.
Okay. Out my chair, please.
My foot's feeling
On my chair. So, I made that itchy, huh? I made mistakes. I started itching her head. Did I ever tell you I used to do this for my mom?
Yeah, so many times.
Yeah. I used to sit on the back of the couch. She'd be like, dead name, come scratch my head.
Dead name is crazy.
Dead name.
It really
I can't
is your dead name.
Well, I also can't say it.
I
on
know,
stream.
but it really is your dead name.
It is my
huh?
dead name.
We didn't even call you
Not
that in
legally,
real. We
but
didn't even call you that in real life. Well, dead name is a dead name, legal or not.
yeah.
Guys, my real life name is a word. If you guess it, I'll give you $100. Start guessing.
Except for you, Winter, because I'm pretty sure Winter might know it.
Yeah, except for anybody who knows me.
Yeah.
When I say guys, I mean what? The like two people in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can keep working on my.
Hey, look, a gummy bear.
You take my last gummy bear.
I don't know how long it's been there, but it's mine now.
I got it just like a few hours ago. Please move. I'll scratch your back if you get off.
But it's better in your chair. Oh my god. No, you have to do the sides. Up. Oh. Go in a little bit.
Inappropriate
fuck.
sounds for stream.
Go in a little bit. Go in. Go in. No, the other way. The other way. No, turn towards my back, idiot. Yeah, go out. Oh.
Okay.
Go back. Do the other side.
Ma'am.
I'm gonna flip over. I'm trying not to destroy your desk.
Oh my god. This is sussy.
Okay, a little lighter, ma'am. Slower! Oh my god!
Okay.
Why is it tied around your waist like a fucking belt? What the fuck is that? Why is you? How did you even manage that?
What, are you saying I'm fat?
No, I'm saying blankets aren't meant to be tied like that.
Yeah,
I'm not
you can
saying
do
you're
that.
fat.
If we were to not super extreme before, we are definitely now.
If you what?
A not safe for work stream.
She
Okay.
was just giving my back a scratch, guys. Nothing else. I really like being itched all over like a dog.
She does.
It feels really nice, but only when someone else does it.
She like scritches.
Well, she has like velociraptor claws on every finger, so yeah. Say that again.
She loves to stretch out.
She's doing the opposite right now.
She
She's like
is.
croissanting.
Oh.
I'm like, what is she looking at?
She's playing with the jellyfish. That's so cute. No,
Like,
she grabbed
Like,
it.
up to every jellyfish. Oh, oh, she loves this one. It's like
so
it's
cute.
like jingling keys in front of a baby.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't
Her little paws are so cute. I love when she grabs at things. She's so cute.
eat it. You are so cute. If only you weren't a fucking monster.
She
Now would
is.
Stop looking at them. If only you were.
Now that she knows they're up there, she's gonna totally try to get up there all the time.
Horrific, horrible monster. I hope you chill out when you get older because you're so annoying right now. But she does purr every time you touch her.
Yeah. She got that kitten purr.
There you go, baby. The little horrible, evil baby. The evil little stupid little baby. Who's stupid and evil. Who's stupid and evil and a cunt.
Oh.
You little stupid evil cunt baby.
Oh. Oh, child. Yeah, the main hair is done.
Look at her.
She's so funny.
She's like,
Ah,
"Please, hurry up."
España.
She like throws the bat at her from 6 feet away.
Yeah, 2 of 3 hairstyles done.
Here you go.
Oh, I've been handed a child. Hello, child. Go get her. Go get her, Olive. I sent Olive to chase after you. That's her war cry. Jeez. possible. Yeah. Ow. Mm. I love her squeaky. Yeah. Her- Have a good day, Gray. Bye. I don't know if my mic even picks that up anymore. Because I did some like audio editing to it. Oh. My mic's being stolen.
Olive. 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 Yo,
My poor mic.
say something. How do you feel about Transformers? Anything else? Okay.
Thanks.
Olive.
Yeah. What? Okay. All right. Shall we continue on with the stories?
Wouldn't care about XYZ because he was a chill guy. Pete had posted his own ad looking for a male roommate. So that's right, Shelly's a liar too. The cops released Pete because he had proof that he didn't know that it was me. I'm okay with this because I saw his emails and text messages too. Shelly was charged with disorderly conduct and her mom came to get her. Sunday evening, Shelly and her mom came back to the apartment to finish packing for her to study abroad. Shelly made some snide remarks about me definitely going roommate hunting to find her a subletter as I said I would. I ignored her. Shelly left for her plane this morning. You know the good thing about separate leases? I'm only liable for my rent, not hers. So I'm gonna sit on my butt for the rest of the summer while she gets evicted for lack of rent payment. That was r/best of Redditor updates. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
I should be able to copy paste the back of the hairstyle, like side to side. So
Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where OP poisons her roommate. Am I the butthole for poisoning my roommate after he kept stealing my food? I'm a 25-year-old woman and I live with my roommate, a 27-year-old guy. He pays half of the rent and utilities. We've had some serious issues lately. I work full-time late into the night, so I cook for myself before leaving for work. It was all good for a few months, until recently. Whenever I came home, I noticed that my food was missing. I'd ask him about it, and he would deny it over and over again, every single time. I even started to label everything I made with my name, but my food still kept disappearing, which pissed me off. Now, for context, I'm not a huge fan of nuts. I don't crave them, I don't eat them much at all, but my roommate is severely allergic. He told me when he came to live with me that he can't consume anything with nuts. So I've avoided nuts in our shared space completely for the sake of his allergy. But after weeks of my food going missing and him always denying it, I just snapped. The thing is, literally no one lives here other than me and him, and he doesn't really have a lot of friends since he joined my friend group after moving here. I know for a fact that he doesn't have anyone staying over, so it was him. Plus, I even caught him eating my food a few times, so that just shows that he's a sly pig. I remember preparing some cooked ribs for myself to reheat after I returned home from work. It was going to be an especially tiring day, so as usual, I labeled the container with the ribs and left for work. I sent him a message telling him not to eat it, with a picture of the container. However, alas, the food was gone. At this point, I was so pissed that I decided I was going to mess with him. I went out of my way to buy almond powder and put it in my trap meal of mac and cheese. I gave this guy a chance to spare his life. I told him not to eat it. I even made sure to tell him, hey, that mac and cheese is mine, don't touch it. I even sent a message with a picture of it, as usual. I was being extra clear, and just to make sure everything went according to plan, I secretly set up a camera to record the kitchen. Later that night, I came back and saw that he had eaten the entire batch. That pig was so effing inconsiderate that he just left the reheated container on the table. I decided to take the camera with me and went out to a bar. As expected, a few hours later, I found out he was in the hospital with an allergic reaction. His mom used his phone to call me furious. She was screaming at me, accusing me of being a monster and poisoning her son by feeding him nuts. I told her that it was food not meant for him and sent her proof. I told her to read the messages that I sent him, which showed the container and my reminder that he shouldn't eat it. However, his mom started berating me for being careless, asking why I would have something that he can't eat. I just responded that I told him to not eat the mac and cheese and I even labeled it. I got pissed and screamed into the phone that if he can't respect that and he keeps taking my food, then I don't know what else to do. I told her that I've been very clear about this for months and that he keeps on stealing my food and denying it. She then started BSing, asking me if I even cared about him. I told her I didn't because I've repeatedly told him not to steal my food. She didn't want to hear it and started crying, but honestly, I didn't feel guilty at all. I felt like this was the only way he'd learn. I tried conversations, messages, and everything else I could think of, but he just can't cook for himself. How is it my fault? It's not like I put it in his food, it was mine. But everyone is calling me a psycho, but I don't get why I'm the bad guy. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your roommate 1.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for ruining my family's New Year's Eve by refusing to join the fun because I didn't want to be the designated driver again? I'm a 26-year-old woman, and every New Year's Eve, my family has a big party at my aunt and uncle's house, and every year, without fail, I end up being the designated driver. Don't get me wrong, I love my family, but it's starting to bug me. It's been like this since I was 19, even before I was legally allowed to drink. I don't drink much, maybe a glass of wine or a beer, but I don't get plastered. I'm fine with driving people home if they need, but for the past few years, everyone expects me to not drink so I can drive them back. Every year it's the same. Oh, can you drive? You're not drinking anyways. I always say yes because I don't want to let anyone down. Fast forward to this year's New Year's Eve. I told my family ahead of time that I wasn't going to be the designated driver anymore. I just wanted to enjoy the night, have a couple of drinks, and not be responsible for getting everyone home. I even told my cousin, who usually gets really sloshed, that I wasn't driving this year, and she was fine with it. When I got to the party, it was the usual chaos. People were drinking, laughing, having a good time. I was enjoying myself, but around 11, my cousin came over and asked if I was ready to drive everyone home. I reminded her that I'm not driving tonight. I'm here to enjoy the party. She looked at me like I was crazy and said, "Come on, you always drive. Don't be a B-word." Which, like, what the hell? I tried to calmly explain that I wasn't being a B-word, just that I wasn't going to be the chauffeur anymore. Then, my aunt overheard and pulled me aside. She lectured.
Hi, community. Welcome in. And it is r slash. We're listening to r slash while we work on rigging hair today. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Me saying, "We all agreed last year you'd be driving, and you know how much we rely on you. Everyone here is too tipsy, and Ubering is so unsafe. Just drive this one time for family." I felt a ton of pressure, but refused. I told her I'm not their chauffeur, and I wasn't going to do it again just because no one else could figure out their own ride. My aunt got upset, saying that I was being selfish and that we're family. She said that I'm the only one who doesn't get too drunk, so it makes sense for me to help out. I told her I'd already had 3 beers, so I wasn't even legally supposed to drive myself. That's when I snapped. I told them it's not my job to be their designated driver every...
Just 2 days ago? Bro, I've been listening to him for like what is it, like 4, 5 years now? Maybe 6. I started listening to him when I worked in the bakery. I haven't worked in the bakery for almost 4 years now. But it was also like the height of COVID, so about 5 years. He's been like a staple like Redditor that I listen to. Yeah. I get that.
year just because I'm the only one.
Oh. My ribs. My ribs.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I get it. Uh, also, make sure that you use Free Tax USA for your taxes. Don't let any of those fucking websites bully you into having to pay for your taxes. Like, you're already owed that money back from the government. There is no reason you have to pay to get money that you're owed. So, excuse me.
Who doesn't get blackout drunk. They need to figure out their own rides this time. Then I got up and left. I felt bad walking out, but I didn't want to be a doormat anymore. I spent the rest of New Year's Eve at home.
Did it cost you? I didn't have any cost on mine. Unless you just filed it, because I know there's all that shit going on with the USAID or whatever with dumbass fucking trying to take shit over. I didn't pay for any of the extras through Free Tax USA, if that's what those are. Unless like you owe taxes. That's weird. I know the whole reason I started using it was because TurboTax started making me have to pay. And I'm not about to pay for money that I'm owed.
Watching Netflix and eating leftover pasta with my boyfriend. My family texted me, calling me dramatic, selfish, and saying I ruined the night. They said I was being super sensitive and that everyone was disappointed in me.
Hmm. Yeah, I've been just my like 7th year. No, 10th year? 9th year? Something like that. I don't know. But I used TurboTax for the first few years because I could file it for free. And then suddenly they changed it to where you had to pay for it. Some people seem to be grandfathered into not having to pay. And I don't know why I didn't get grandfathered in. Um, but I changed over to Free Tax USA. And I don't use any of their where they're like pay for a person to like look everything over to make sure it's okay, yada yada yada. And I don't pay any fee for like getting it deposited or whatever. So I don't know why you're getting a fee. That's weird. Unless you like had to pay stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's really weird. I don't know why you had to pay any. Did you just file it? Like within like the past 2 days? Hmm. For. So I don't know how much you're keeping up with the like political shit, but dumbass basically raided the USAID and they hold information for like Social Security and other stuff. And then there's something else. I think they're like trying to fire a bunch of people in the IRS. So I think that's like gonna fuck up with everybody's taxes. Cause I saw it. Hold on. They made a thing where they're like, uh, it's not right for um the IRS to not charge you basically. Uh that they want like the IRS to like have to like do the whole filing taxes through a third party, and that third party has to charge you for your taxes. I don't know. That's weird. That's really weird. I don't know, man. Sometimes this shit just doesn't make sense.
Everyone's demanding an apology out of me, even now. And by the way, I got home perfectly safe by Uber. Your family's super hypocritical. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your family 1.5 out of 5. Am I the butthole for cutting off my parents because they plan on leaving almost everything to my disabled brother? I'm a 24-year-old woman, and my 32-year-old brother is a failure to launch. He's never been very smart. He did badly in school and never went to college. He tried 2 different trade schools, welding and mechanic, but he basically flunked out of both. He works at a gas station now. My brother and I are our parents' only children. They always treated us relatively equal until adulthood. They always insisted we earn our own way. They refused to pay for college or anything. I joined the military at 17, got an associate's degree while I was in, and my GI Bill went towards my bachelor's. I'm working towards my master's now. My husband and I have bought a house and have done well for ourselves. My parents, however, fully paid for my brother to try trade school twice. They've given him cash when he was behind on rent and countless loans. They support him cosplaying as an adult. Meanwhile, they never paid for my wedding, education, nothing. I don't really care so much that they didn't give me money, but I do care about the disparity in how they've treated me versus my brother. Our parents are in their 60s now, and while they aren't that old, they're both in bad health and probably won't live another 10 years. They just recently started working on their will and notified us that they were leaving almost everything to my brother. But they want me to be their medical power of attorney, manage their estate, etc. I told my parents to give my brother everything and that I'm completely done with them. They told me to have some grace and understand the fact that he isn't very capable and needs their support even after they're gone. My mother has a doctor's appointment this morning and asked me for a ride since medically she can't work. I told her to ask her
Oh,
favorite child or pay.
oh, you have state taxes. That's what it is. You have state taxes. So I live in Texas, and Texas is one of the like few states that don't have state taxes. So I don't have to pay state taxes. So that's what you're paying, which honestly is really fucking stupid. Because if you spend money and earn money in a state, that should already be like the taxes they take out for state taxes. There's should be no reason why you have to pay extra fucking taxes. So yeah, sounds like your state uh has state taxes and you have to pay state taxes when you do your tax return, which is stupid. Bruh. That's so stupid.
You shouldn't have to pay a fucking. That's such bullshit, dude. It's like how like rental websites, like when you're renting a house, they have like a credit card fee. Like, what the fuck do you mean? I have to pay a fee for using a fucking credit card? Like that shit's stupid. Yeah. My girlfriend made me a little drink from her job. It's so good. I wish there was a little more. Okay. Mm. Main hair, mid main hair, bangs, short hair. We're going to change colors. I know I don't have to do the whole label color stuff, but it's so fun. Okay. These are going to be the right side of the space buns. And then we'll do the left side of the space buns.
For an Uber. Things have been tense and hostile. My brother called me to apologize and asked me to not be mad at him, but I told him that I'm not mad at him, I'm mad at our parents for not treating us equally, and he didn't do anything wrong. Then, 3 days later, OP posted an update. So, my brother isn't actually disabled, he just has a low IQ, just over 80. You need an IQ under 70 where I live to be considered disabled and to qualify for some sort of benefits. My parents have babied him from a young age because he wasn't as smart as other kids and had a low self-esteem because of that, and was quick to give up on things when they seemed too hard. He does okay on his own now. He works and pays his bills most of the time. He drives and lives with a roommate. So I sat down with my parents and explained that I've always felt like they treated me worse than my brother. They always emphasized to me that as an adult, you need to support yourself and figure things out on your own. I had joined the military at 17 because I knew they would kick me out when I was 18. My parents never offered me any support outside of raising me as a child. They didn't even buy my husband and I a wedding gift. They didn't offer much of anything. Meanwhile, they brag about having over $1 million in the bank and having succeeded from nothing. I told my parents about my complaints, and they were interrupting me and talking over me the whole time. They told me I'm not entitled to a dime when they die, and that I'm an adult and I can handle myself. They just weren't understanding or even caring about my points. They told me I need to step up and treat them better, and that it's wrong of me not to take my sick mother to the doctor or to take care of her because of money. Eventually, I just gave up on trying to talk about my feelings because they just don't care. I told them that they're adults and they're not entitled to anything from me. Just like how they were never required to help me, I'm not required to help them. I told them to completely remove me from their will. I'm not willing to be their estate executor, medical power of attorney, nothing. I don't want a dime from them at this point. And I suggested they spend all the money they saved over the years to pay for really good nursing homes and an estate executor because I am no longer willing to do anything for them. My mother was floored and asked if I would really put my own parents in a nursing home. I asked if they would really let their 17-year-old daughter join the army to get sexually harassed by older men in order to go to school without taking on a huge debt. My parents cried and yelled at me, and I left. And that's that, I guess. I kind of feel relieved, like a massive weight is off my shoulders. I have a wonderful husband, and we own a nice home. I'm getting ready to start working on my master's degree, and we're thinking about maybe having a baby soon. I no longer have to worry about dealing with my parents. They're adults, and they can deal with their own problems, just like I've done with mine. And yeah, that's it. Oh no, the consequences of my actions! OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your parents 3 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for telling my ex's sterile affair partner to have her own daughter if she wants to share cheerleading with one? I'm a 40-year-old woman, and my 44-year-old ex cheated on me and ended our marriage so he could be with his affair partner, Jen, who's 42. This happened several years ago when our kids were very young. My ex gets our kids 6 days a month. He works out of state frequently, so this was the most consistent schedule where our kids would be with a parent, me or my ex, instead of being left with a babysitter or his wife. According to my ex, Jen is sterile and can never have kids. I never asked about this, but they offered this information in hopes that I would share the kids with her more and encourage them to embrace Jen as their second mom. I have not done this, and I've told them we are not friends, and they are not to expect favors from me after going behind my back and doing what they did. Jen was someone I knew before learning of the affair. She was dating someone in my ex's friend circle and made a point to get to know me. I found out why after. She was expecting that us being friends would help me not hate her afterwards. I bring this all up because of what's currently going on. Jen was a big cheerleader in her youth, and she volunteers with local cheer groups. She wants my 10-year-old daughter to get involved in cheer. My daughter told me about it the other week because Jen was trying to make her go, and my ex was backing Jen on it. My daughter told me that she didn't want to, and she needed my help. All of the kids are aware that stuff like this has to be agreed on by both me and their dad. I reached out and told my ex that our daughter will not be put into cheer against her will, and that he needs to stop pressuring her to join. He didn't respond back the way he's supposed to, through an app, so I noted his reply on the app and got a lot of cussing back. Jen tried to call me, but I didn't answer. She approached me a few days later while we were in the same store, and she told me that I can't keep punishing her by depriving her of my children. She said that since she's been in their lives since they were little, she has every right to bond with them and share stuff with them like that. I told her she does not get to force my kids into stuff like that against their will. I walked away, and she followed me around for a bit and told me that it was her dream to share cheer with a daughter and all that crap that I don't care about. I told her that she should have a daughter of her own if she wants to share it and leave mine alone. She stopped following me after that, and I heard from my ex a few times after saying that I was cruel to say that to her when I know that she can't have children. Am I the butthole? So she's a literal homewrecker who wrecked OP's home, but OP is then supposed to just turn around and help this homewrecker make her own home? OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. The homewrecker and your cheating ex-husband get 3.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for leaving my mother's party after she insulted my daughter? I'm a 36-year-old woman, and I have a stepdaughter, Anna, who's 14. I married Anna's father when Anna was 2. I consider her to be my real daughter in every way that matters, and love her just as much as my biological children. Most of my family adores Anna. She's a very sweet and hardworking girl who does her best to make them proud. However, my mother appears to not like her. She's never outright said that she dislikes my daughter or why, but I've always thought that it's because Anna wasn't my biological child. I've been teaching Anna to cook for a few years now. She asked me last year if she could start bringing her cooking to family gatherings and potlucks, and of course I agreed. My mother started critiquing Anna's dishes. It began with just suggesting she add different spices or cook an ingredient a little longer, but over the past few months, it's been getting worse. She doesn't criticize the dishes of any other family members. This Thanksgiving, she told Anna that the casserole she made was disgusting and inedible. I told my mother to stop criticizing Anna and that she was doing her best, but she just brushed me off, which was the final straw. My family was in town this week to celebrate my mother's birthday. I had some curry that my mother had made about 6 months ago and had given to me to freeze, so I reheated it and brought it to the party. And I told everyone that Anna had worked very hard to make it just like her grandmother always did. Immediately, my mother started criticizing the curry, saying how Anna added too much spice and overcooked the chicken. She even went so far as to tell Anna that she should stop bringing food to potlucks altogether. I hadn't originally intended to make a big deal out of this, but that comment crossed a line. I informed my mother that it was her own curry that I'd reheated, and Anna hadn't actually cooked it. She immediately started sputtering and backpedaled, saying she was just trying to give constructive criticism
That's
and make Anna a
not
better cook,
constructive
but I knew she
criticism,
didn't really
dude.
believe it. I asked her why she would treat my own stepdaughter so badly, and she admitted that she didn't see Anna as her real grandchild. That was the final straw for me. I found my husband, Anna, and my other kids, and I told them we had to leave, explaining what my mother said. We probably won't be attending any family gatherings for the foreseeable future either. My mother has gone full scorched earth on Facebook, and most family members have taken her side. She says that I ruined her party by leaving and that I destroyed our
Oh,
relationship with
weh.
someone who isn't even my real child. My husband
Girl,
is on my
shut the fuck
side,
up.
but he thinks that we shouldn't have left the party since I'd already proven my points.
Nah.
Tell your husband to grow a backbone.
Mm-hmm.
This is his kid, his biological kid, that you're defending, and he's telling you that you're not doing it the right way. You can go pound sand. Okay, I'm
Yes.
giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your mom 2 out of 5, and your spineless husband 1.5 out of 5. That was r/am I the Butthole. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
This
Welcome to r/relationship advice, where
Yeah.
OP's new stepmom, who is 2 years older than OP, starts trying to be OP's mommy. Our next Reddit post is from Proof Jacket. I'm a 23-year-old woman and my dad is 59. My dad's girlfriend is 25, 2 years older than me, and she started momming me yesterday. We're on a family trip and they just got back together after a 2-year separation. Well, she just showed up to our family Thanksgiving, and I guess that means they're back together. They met when she was 18, and he introduced her to me and my siblings when she was 19 and I was 17. He lied and said that she was 25 at the time, but a little light Googling, I found that she was 19. We're on like day 8 of our 11-day trip, and now, all of a sudden yesterday, she started treating me like a child, and she's trying to make it apparent that we're from different generations, and it's getting on my nerves. For example, she tried explaining what Vine is to me, and she wishes it was still around so I could experience it too, even though I did. Then today, I was making jokes with my 19-year-old sister, literally making fun of myself. And the girlfriend jumps in with a stern voice and says, "Girls, stop it right now." It was a very stern, disciplinary voice because she mistakenly thought that my sister made fun of me. This made my blood boil because even if we were fighting, she has no business jumping into the conversation to stop it.
You didn't get to experience Vine? What? I was in high school when Vine was popular. So you must be really young. I'll be shit, man, 28 this year. Yeah, you're just a baby. You're so young. Yeah, I know when Vine was out, I was in the teenage phase of this is too popular. I don't like it and everything. So I didn't properly experience it like I should have. But I have a lot of Vines that I still reference to this day.
Or to take on an authoritarian role. Later on, my girlfriend explained to my other sister, who's 18, how to turn on a normal shower and asked my sister if she needed help undressing and getting in the shower. My sister obviously felt very uncomfortable and was like, hell no, I'm not showering
Yeah,
and getting undressed in
Jesus.
front of you. And this woman acts like an 18-year-old girl is incompetent. By the way, this girl is my dad's sugar baby and is completely supported by my dad. She's extremely spoiled and entitled. Like, she won't drink anything less than Voss water, and she must have top-tier designer clothes and jewelry on her at all times. My dad and his girlfriend are really toxic for each other. They've broken up at least 20 times that I know of since I met her.
Hi, Olive.
This top post from Lizzie Bonnet. Does she have
Hello.
a dad? You could do the funniest thing. Ooh, this reply from Nick Pimpslap. He doesn't even need to be single for it to be funny. Our next Reddit post is from Throwaway Tall Giraffe. I'm a 21-year-old woman, and I met John, who's 22, in a college class last semester. He's an overall great guy, and he's very respectful and kind. He also has a great sense of humor, and we have lots of similar interests. We've been friends
Hello,
since
Olive.
then, and we started dating this July. He's the first person I've ever dated in my life. Last September, he met my family when I visited home for my brother's birthday. My brother Trev, who's 19, has been deaf since birth. So my whole family communicates with him either through sign language, Trev's lip reading, or through text. During our small celebration at home, it was clear that my parents liked John. He was very charming, funny, and respectful. He even tried to connect
There
with
she
Trev
goes.
by typing some of his jokes for Trev to read. Whenever John would tell a story, either I or my parents would sign it for Trev. My parents said that they're happy that I found a sweet and caring guy in John. Of course, I was glad to hear this. Before we went back, John and Trev had a quick Call of Duty gaming session. For someone with Trev's condition, he's a really talkative guy. He's very expressive and likes to communicate a lot, especially when gaming. Of course, he couldn't outright trash talk, but he does the closest thing with his hands. So there we were in Trev's room, with John and Trev playing while I was translating for them. I was laughing way too hard because Trev was trying his best to trash talk John, like saying he's weak and trying to say all these expletives, but I'm trying my best to tone it down for John. Meanwhile, I'm translating John's instructions and strategies for Trev. Also, because this was the first time John met my family, he was saying all these praises to Trev, like, good job, or we can do better next time. Although I know that deep inside, he also wants to trash talk my brother. The two of them got along pretty well, and they've been having online gaming sessions since then. 2 weeks ago, John visited home along with me again for my mom's birthday. There, he surprised everyone,
I know.
including me, by communicating.
Yeah, I know year 2 baby Winter. You're like what, 20? So you're baby as well. I got my first phone in middle school, and it was a flip phone. And it cut off at 10 o'clock every night. So that once like 10 o'clock hit, I couldn't like actually text anybody anymore. Jeez. And then my next phone was a Nokia touchscreen, actually. And that was in like 9th grade, I think. Olive. What? There she curls up. Yeah, a touchscreen in elementary. That's crazy, dude. I didn't get my first phone until middle school, and it was a lot of begging to get it, but also like because I did have like after school games and stuff, like I played tennis after school. they kind of like had to give in and give me a phone. This way they could contact me. All right, ad break's finished. Time to restart the video.
Communicating with Trev through American Sign Language. John was still at just the alphabet, some basic words, and some rehearsed phrases, but we were all delighted that he even made the effort. Trev's face lit up, and I've never seen him happier having a new long-term friend with low communication barriers. Apparently, John's been watching some YouTube tutorials and got a free subscription to Skillshare to learn ASL. John has been religiously learning American Sign Language since then, and he's been making a lot of progress. I was so happy with this, so I told my close friend group from high school. However, most of my friends, especially my closest guy friend, told me that what John was doing was a red flag because it could be a form of obsession and emotional manipulation. He also said it was creepy because John's becoming too attached to my family when we've only been dating for 5 months. He also said that John might only be doing this so he could get laid or something. I know there's some validity to what my friend said, but I'm not really convinced. John's been a wonderful and sincere guy this entire time, and I know it's naive to say this because he's my first ever relationship, but I can see this becoming long term. Yeah, we haven't hooked up yet because I told him I wasn't ready yet, but he's never pressured me to do it. However, is his behavior something I should really be concerned about?
No.
Again, I don't have any experience with dating or relationships, so I don't know if this is something that's truly concerning. My
No.
friends are pushing for me to break up with John, but I'm not sure. How do I proceed? OP, what your boyfriend is doing here is super sweet, so I'm not even sure what your friends are talking about. This isn't a red flag, it's a green flag. Well, 1 month later, OP posted an update. Last week, my friend group had our year-ender party, and I decided to bring John along to meet the rest of my friends. My other friend in the group also brought his girlfriend, so this wasn't really weird. Initially, there was some tension and awkwardness from my friend group towards John. They were a bit cold, and they were throwing some harsh remarks towards him. Eventually, though, they all warmed up to him, and they were actually pleasantly surprised by his personality. We all got along well, and we even had fun in our games. However, I could tell that there was still awkward tension coming from Mike toward John and the rest of our group. My friend Mike was throwing meaner jokes at my boyfriend than usual, and he was kind of isolating himself from the activities. The day after the party, I had lunch with my closest girlfriend, Sophie, who's 21, to clear the air because I could tell that they could also sense that something was off. A lot of Redditors speculated that Mike had a crush on me and was jealous of my relationship with John. Turns out you guys were 10,000% correct, but
Yeah. Well, good. I'm proud of you for noticing the red flags and getting out. I justified the red flags in my abusive relationship for 3 years before I got out. Know your self-worth.
it's a lot more complicated than that. Apparently, Mike has had a crush on me since our senior year in high school. However, he's known in our school as a notorious ladies' man and had a new girl with him almost every month. This got exponentially worse during college. He had different hookups almost every night, and he even had a pregnancy scare with a girl last year. I know about all this because he bragged about sleeping around every time we meet up. What I didn't know was the entire time Mike had been making up fake stories about me and him. Sophie told me that apparently Mike and I had a pact that if we're both still single when we're 30, we'd marry each other. Also, he told our friend group that we hooked up after graduation and he took my virginity then, so he's my special person. He also told them that we'd been secretly hooking up consistently throughout college. Lastly, Mike told them that I said that I'm in love with him. He told our friends not to tell me anything so I don't get embarrassed or upset, since I have this image of being somewhat of a prude. Mike also told our friend group that when he met John, he thought that John was a total jerk who's been manipulating me and taking advantage of my innocence and naivete. He said that John has been forcing himself into my family and is driving a wedge between me and my friends. Mike also said that after he had lunch with me and John, he tried to convince me to stay away from John because he's not a good influence on me, but John had effectively brainwashed me. This explains why my friend group was already so antagonistic towards John when I told them about him. For the record, none of what Mike said was true. There's no pact, we never hooked up, and I have never been in love with him. After that, Sophie and I asked the rest of our friend group, except Mike, to jump on a FaceTime call with us. They all shared different versions of what Mike told them. There were a lot more stories, but I disputed everything. We were all collectively shocked about everything that we learned that day. They apologized for their behavior towards me and John, and I told them I understood given all the lies fed to them by Mike. Then, everyone agreed to kick Mike out of the friend group. Sophie suggested that maybe we could have an intervention for Mike first, but I just said that I didn't want anything to do with him anymore. The rest of the group agreed, so we're essentially cutting him off. Sophie said that she would talk to him to inform him of everything that happened, but I really just wanted to distance myself from him. Now it's been a week of being Mike-free. Sophie said that when she and her other guy friends talked to Mike, he became extremely defensive, confrontational, and aggressive. He wasn't physically violent, but he called them names, attacked their characters, and made awful statements about everyone in our friend group. It looks like cutting him off completely was the right call. The rest of this rather long post is OP just describing that her relationship with John is good. Also, John's relationship with Trev and the rest of her family is also good. John even invited Trev to his Dungeons & Dragons sessions. Our next Reddit post is from Throwaway Ice. I'm a 33-year-old woman and my husband is 34. His 28-year-old pregnant mistress begged me to leave him and I refused. Where do I go from here? I don't know what she qualifies as, if mistress is fitting or not. It was a drunken one-night mistake, according to my husband. They run in the same work circles and fields, but they don't work together. My husband was dropped off at our house 2 months ago, drunk off his butt after a company event. He was crying and out of it, blabbering about nonsensical things. I tried sobering him up, but his legs couldn't even support him, and I couldn't drag him to the couch. So he slept it off on the ground, and the next day, he confessed to everything. He was crying, and I've only seen him cry a handful of times in all our years of marriage, and he said that everything was foggy. And he doesn't remember much, but that he slept with her. I won't type in my reaction because I can only describe it as violent. Not physically, but I unloaded on him and sobbed and screamed and then lied to our kids after it woke them up. We tested him for drugs because what he was describing, having a foggy memory even though he didn't drink that much, was assault. And as awful as it is, I felt a little bit of relief that it might have been that he was drugged and that he hadn't willingly cheated on me, but there was no trace of drugs in his system. The past 2 months have been brutal on us, but we're slowly working on us in therapy. Some may call it weak, but I didn't divorce him. But I just can't bring...
Yeah, no. That is a big red flag dodged. One of my really bad exes, he used to have a thing where he was like, we were like freshmen. So, you know, freshmen tend to be really gullible. And he like said that he had a ghost friend that threatened to kill him if I didn't send him nudes. So like, I laugh about it now, but like as a kid, you know, that freaked me out, and I was like, no, I don't want him to die. I don't want him to... And now he's in jail for R-wording someone, so honestly, I hope he does die. Piece of shit.
I know, it's such a wild fucking like little blip. That's not good. I'm glad he's in jail, dude. Real piece of work. Everything that happened so long ago now, so like, I can honestly I can laugh about stuff. But yeah, I dated. Oh, what the fuck! I dated quite the. That's all I could say. Okay, I fucked up again. There we go. I know. Trust me, man. I ain't no stupid tiny little kid no more. That shit wouldn't work on me now. Olive, are you comfy? Good, because I'm not. He's lowered it to $3.
Myself to do it, and believe me, I thought about it a lot. He hasn't had contact with her since that night up until she got his number and sent him a picture of her blood work a few days ago. She's pregnant and is asking him to meet up. That sent us into another spiral, but we agreed that I would meet her because there's an innocent life on the line. I wish I could say that she's awful, and I hate myself for this, but under different circumstances, her and I would have been good friends. She seemed ashamed and honestly looked lost. She's not that much younger than my husband and I. We're 33 and 34, and she's 28, but grew up sheltered by her religious parents. Not that that's an excuse. I asked her what she was going to do with the baby, and she got quiet. I don't know what I thought she was going to say, but it certainly wasn't her asking me to leave him. She said that once her boyfriend finds out, he'll leave her, and her parents will cut her off for having a bastard baby, and that she can't do it on her own, and that I'll get a nice settlement and start fresh. I laughed. God help me, but I laughed harder than I thought I could while she started crying. These past 2 months have been testing my sanity, and I don't have that much left in me. Once I calmed down, I told her that I will not leave him. If she wants to have a baby, we'll figure out support and custody, but that's about it. She started crying harder in the middle of the cafe, but hell, we were already getting looks from my unhinged laughing, and begged me to leave him. I told her I won't. My husband and I have been together since I was 14 and he was 15. We stuck together through high school, got engaged, and married throughout our bachelor's and master's, have 2 beautiful kids, and we're trying for more. And I won't throw all that away just because she spread her legs and he screwed her once. He's all I've ever known. I don't even remember a life without him in it. And let's say I agreed to leave him. Then what? He'll marry her and she'll take over my life and be in my kids' lives raising them half the time? I didn't let her get a word in, and I was crying by the time that I was done with my rant, and I left her there sobbing too.
So you got groomed. I'm so sorry, man. That shouldn't have happened to you. I hope she gets what's coming to her in all the worst ways.
My husband and I already talked with a lawyer for a paternity test, and we're waiting on that before we do anything else. My husband sent her a text with my contact information and told her all communication are to be done through me before he blocks her number. I didn't ask him to do that, but he's trying. I just don't know where to go from here if it does turn out to be his kid. Wait, hold on. So this woman has a boyfriend. Why exactly does she think that it's your husband's baby and not her boyfriend's baby? This sounds a little fishy to me. Our next Reddit post is from Not Kelsey. For context, my boyfriend and I have been together for 3 years. Since I've known him, he's always loved Pokemon. Personally, I have no interest, but as his partner, I encourage his hobbies and support him. This past Christmas, we had a few brief conversations about Christmas budgets, and we've mentioned to each other things that we've been wanting. I know packs of Pokemon cards were on the top of his list, so I made sure to get him some. I mentioned wanting a few beauty products and a specific hoodie. Well, Christmas comes around, and to my surprise, I open my gifts, and the first one is a pack of Pokemon cards. Okay, whatever. The next one was a booster box of Pokemon cards. I stop and ask him if he's joking, because this must be a joke, right? Well, he smirks and tells me to keep going. I open my next gift, and it was another booster box of Pokemon cards. He was full of excitement while I opened my gifts. That's it. Those were my 3 gifts.
Bruh.
I am not and never have been interested in Pokemon. After this, I told him I needed a moment to myself. I went to our bedroom and took a moment to gather my thoughts and lower my temper. When I came back to the living room, there he was on the floor. Both booster packs and the packs of cards that he got me were open and sprawled across the floor. I was in shock. Not only did he get me gifts that I didn't want, but he actually got them for himself and tried to play it off. I've been trying to move past this as I didn't want to seem ungrateful, but I just can't believe that he would do something like this. Every time I've tried to bring it up, he's told me how expensive those booster boxes were and how I made him feel bad for not appreciating my gifts. Am I being ungrateful or is he just a jerk? Yo, how are you ungrateful? You didn't receive gifts at all. This dude just straight up bought gifts for himself. In the title, OP lists the boyfriend's age as 30, which is crazy because this behavior is more suitable for like a 6-year-old. That was r/relationships, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Hydra, what are you doing? She keeps poking her head around the corner. What the fuck? She just keeps getting further away.
Welcome to r/best of Redditor updates, where OP wants to hire a fake kid for $100. Our next Reddit post comes from r/Harrisonburg, which, if this is Harrisonburg, Virginia, that's where I went to college. And the title is, I need a fake kid to piss off my wife. My wife and I are watching Elf together, and we saw the part where Buddy's real dad tells his wife about Buddy, and his wife gets excited about the surprise adult kid that pops into their life from a time before they knew each other. I point out to my wife that it's a little unbelievable that the wife in the movie would immediately be on board. I then comment that she, as in my actual wife, would actually be mad at me in this situation, even if I genuinely didn't know this kid existed and it was conceived before I even met her. She denies that this would make her mad, but I know my wife. We're in our early 20s, and we've been married for 10 years, together for 12. Oh my god, this post. So I need like a 20-year-old kid to knock on the door and tell me they're my kid and that they just wanted to meet me. You gotta be convincing and really talk about how your mom and I were once really happy before she died of something tragic. Dealer's choice. The job pays $100. Gender, race, etc. doesn't matter, as long as you can pass for your early 20s. Shouldn't take more than an hour. The lengths this guy is going just to prove his wife wrong. These people really have been married for 10 years. Shouldn't take more than an hour of conversation, then you get a call or something and you have to leave. I want to do this soon after the new year.
You would be,
come up with the backstory and I'll play along. I'll give you a little info up front after you take the job. Then OP posted an edit. Holy cow, I have several interested potential fake offspring. I'm no longer taking applications. I didn't expect so many willing people. I'll post the winning candidate in the coming days. And then another edit. It looks like I not only have a potential fake kid, but the kid could actually pass as genetically mine. Then, 1 month later, OP posted an update. So, me and her have been married a decade. We know each other well enough to know what's over the line and what's funny. That said, it was harder than I thought to secure a fake child. Sure, I had a large number of interested parties and even a couple fabulous candidates, one of which actually looked enough like me that I started wondering if one of you got my wife and were pulling the ultimate Uno reverse card on my prank. Unfortunately, interested and committed are two very different things. Multiple potential sons and daughters made it to the planning stage and found one reason or another to bail out. Let me be clear, I don't blame these folks at all. I don't think I'd have the courage to send the first DM, let alone actually go through with the prank orchestrated by a complete stranger. But I did find a suitable actor with the courage to come through, and I still think that it was money well spent. So here's a synopsis of how it played out. Saturday afternoon, my doorbell rang. My dog lost his mind, as he is wont to do, and my wife answered the door since I had pretended to take a call moments earlier. My son, looking to be about 20 to 25, taller and better looking than I am, asked if I was home. My wife motioned to me and I came to the door. My son, who even shared my first name, his idea, not mine, said that he had something kind of strange to talk to me about. I asked if he wanted to come in, which literally almost blew the whole thing because I would sooner saw off my own foot than invite people in my house. But my wife didn't think much of it. We came to the living room, I offered him a drink, and he declined. My son is an excellent actor, by the way. He would later say that it was the anxiety of the situation and not wanting to mess it up that made his whole nervous demeanor so convincing. He said, "Do you remember such and such?" He said the name of an old ex-girlfriend that I mentioned at least once to my wife in the past. I said, "Yeah?" He said, "That's my mother." It was my wife who reacted first with, "Oh, no way!" So I looked at her, feigning ignorance, and then back at my son and said, "Is she okay?" "Yeah, she's fine. That's not why I'm here." My wife was nearly bursting out of her chair, totally engrossed and completely consumed with two strong theories. One, her husband had a long-lost son, and more importantly, her husband hasn't figured out yet that he has a long-lost son. So I say, "Out with it, kid. What's going on?" He says, "I'm 22 years old." My wife's eyes essentially bugged out of her head, having now confirmed her theories in her mind. She looks at me, seemingly annoyed that I hadn't put the obvious puzzle pieces together, and interrupts my fake kid. I nearly laughed at this point, but I held it together. "I think he's telling you that he thinks you're his father." My acting isn't so great, but I gave it a shot with, "Wait, what?" My look of shock could have used some work, but it played for the audience. My son looked at me. "She's right, and I'm not here to ask you for anything. In fact, I don't have a lot of time to stay, but I just wanted to meet you and maybe exchange numbers. This is a lot to take in. I knew your mother a long time ago, and she never said, I didn't know." My son continues, and this kid deserves an Oscar. "She never told you. She only told me this Christmas morning. She didn't say anything bad about you, just that it was over and she was already dating my stepdad when she found out that she was pregnant with me." I say, "Wait, does your dad know?" "Of course, and I've always known that he wasn't my biological father. He's a great dad, but lately I've been wondering who my real father was, so I asked my mom and she told me." Wow. I admit, I had the easy acting part. My wife didn't say anything, just took it all in. So there's not much else to tell in terms of the production. We exchanged numbers, then he got his own fake call reminding him that he was late for something or another, and I walked him out. The rest of the production was just my wife and I. I came back to the living room doing my best bewildered act. We talked about it, and it turns out I was way wrong. My wife wasn't mad, miffed, or even slightly annoyed. She was full on amazed, excited, and entertained by the whole thing. I waited a few hours before I fessed up.
Thanks.
But before I did, she kept saying how cool it was that I might have a son. And then... then I told her it was all a BS lie that I made up to prove a point. She laughed a lot. I can't decide what amused her more, the effort that I put into the ruse or the fact that I ended up proving her right in the process. Here's a couple of gems from my wife after I told her the truth. Where the hell did you find that guy? I'm
Ma'am.
glad your son wasn't a serial killer. I might have been mad if he came here looking for money.
Ma'am.
Next time, you can save $100 and just assume that you're wrong.
Stop it.
You know I'm going to get you back, right?
Off.
That last one has me a little worried. Man, it's
Yeah.
so nice having a story
Ma'am.
of just like two people who love each other. They've got a pretty good relationship, and it's just sweet and wholesome. And
Stop it.
And Opie went through such great steps to prove his wife wrong. and just ended up
Move.
proving
Stop
her right in the end.
it.
Oh, that's so funny. Our next Reddit post.
Ma'am. Okay, go away. Hold on. Get off so I can end stream. Get off. Go. Go away. Ma'am. Stop it. Okay, no. Off. Down. Ah! Don't bite me. Down. Arr! Arr! She stole my blanket. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and end the stream there. Because it's been like 6 hours. Thanks to everyone who stopped by and for hanging out and listening to Reddit stories with me again. Let's see. Does Ray have her raids open? Yeah, we're gonna go over to Ray Bubbles. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Have a good afternoon, good night, good day, whichever it is.